Yes, and answer to your question, not just as many as the centres people that just
Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries. Building a better future.
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Cloud County Ground as we get set for our first experience here of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Delighted to welcome Notts Outlaws here, a rare visit for them to Chelmsford. Behind me, you can see the umpires Ben Peveril and Saran Chandragam having a chat. Jason Swift, the match referee, there as well. They'll just finish off their chat, and then we will go in and see what the coin toss is going to deliver. It's been a while, of course, since we've played the Notts Outlaws, certainly in the one-day cup. I think we go back to 2017. Of course, we had the draw at Trent Bridge in May. But this is the first white ball for some considerable time between these two teams. So here we go. Let's go and see what the coin toss. Mr. Wesley has the shekel. Hasib has called tails. It's come down heads. Let's have a chat. Hasib, if you can just hang for a minute. Let's have a chat with Tom first. Right, Mr. Wesley, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a ball.
Okay, thoughts on the team selection? Any changes from Sedgwick?
No changes. Same team. Young Essex team. And with regards to the used wicket, I think works sort of places probably best to get the game with the ball.
And Chelmsford's first chance to see Big Bo Webster, unless you live near Upminster.
Yeah, no, Bo was exceptional up in Sedgwick, got 3 wickets. He's fitted in brilliantly with the lads. He knows a few of them through club cricket, so yeah, so it's a good opportunity for the Essex fans to see him in action.
Right, you go and get ready. Good to see you, Hassi. Welcome to Chelmsford, a rare visit.
Yeah, I've not been here for a while now, so yeah, good to be here.
Thoughts on the toss and what you're going to be doing?
I've also lost the toss, got back first. I'll be honest with you, it's quite 50-12 for us. We weren't sure what to do ourselves, so yeah, we'll get a good crack.
First white ball game in the Metro Bank One-Day Cup. Team news, anything particular what the Essex fans need to look for?
No, I think we've got quite a similar team to what we had last year. We've got someone like a Calvin Harrison come in, who was involved in 100 last year. Next player who's quite exciting to have in the team. Apart from that, yeah, everyone's running their kicking journeys, which is exciting. Hopefully we can put the performance.
Right, well, go and get yourself ready. Great to see you. Thank you for your time. So Essex have won the toss. We're going to bowl. Let's go back to 2017, 6 years ago, when these two last played against each other. It was a record-breaking game, a quite surreal game in many ways, with so many runs. Yeah, we didn't come out on top on that particular occasion. But here's some of the highlights from the one-day match between Essex and the Notts Outlaws in 2017.
In the semi-finals of the Royal London One Day Cup, a place in the Lord's final was the prize at stake when Essex met Nottinghamshire. The home side won the toss and elected to bat at Chelmsford, where Cook and Chopra got off to a flying start.
Meat and drink to Alistair Cook.
Finds the gap, goes for 4. So what he's been doing so well. Short again, pulled away, no one in the deep, all the way for 6.
Cook flew to 50.
Cut away, beautiful shot, delicately played, he goes to 50 at a canter.
Just before Notts made their breakthrough.
Is there an edge? Yes.
Despite the controversial-looking nature of that dismissal, it didn't faze Essex. Wesley in and scoring quickly.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Then some joy for the visitors.
Oh, gone. Got him. That's an absolute beauty from Stuart Broad.
The scoring rate was still good, with Tender Scarter having joined Cook.
Boom.
Normally much more at home in the longer form of the game, Cook was superb, scoring 100 at more than a run a ball.
And that is a century for Alistair Cook, and a beautifully played one.
With the Essex score now past 200, Notts were changing their bowlers to try and find a 4th wicket. But it was the batsman who kept finding the boundary.
Tender Scarter's just beginning to tick now. Well, that's brilliant.
10 overs to go, and Captain Tender Scarter had a fast 50.
Another half-century for the captain, Tender Scarter.
Looking like he was going to better his previous one-day scoring record, Cook suffered disappointment.
Goes again, this time a top edge. Reed underneath it, won't drop a simple catch.
That was followed by another setback.
Oh, that is really good. Taylor diving away to his left,
plucking that out of the air, and Zaidi has to go.
But fresh from his best ever score in Championship cricket just a few days previous, Tendulkar looked as good as ever in the 50-over format.
Oh, what a shot that is. What a shot. He's held the pose. You know it's good. It's in the river. Slower ball. It's gone into the flats. Gone again, straight. This will be 6 more. 6 more.
Another scorching straight hit from Tendulkar. You've escaped it from the front, and then it nails you from behind. Here it is.
100 for the Essex captain.
Essex ended the innings on 370 for 5. 2 wonderful centuries, making it a monstrous total for Nottinghamshire to chase. Tendulkar's taking just 64 balls with 7 4s and 5 6s. A big ask then, but could they do it? Larman Hales opened the batting and hit 12 off the first over.
Hales with a short arm pull over the infield. Lums found the gap square on the offside. It's a great start for Nottinghamshire, this.
But Essex soon managed to check their progress.
Leading edge, gone, caught at point, trying to turn it to square leg. Porter taking the ball across the left-hander.
In a flurry of runs, the visitors raced to 50.
That's through the infield, and that'll run away for 4. There's no stopping that one. Up and over 4, don't bother running for that.
But 2 more wickets quickly fell.
Ugly heave. Dragged on, I think there was a little inside edge. Porter with his 3rd, Notts in trouble.
Despite losing those early wickets, Nottinghamshire was still scoring at the required rate of 7.5 and over.
Oh, up and over. Superb strike from Taylor.
Greeted with a reverse sweep. What a shot that is.
Just less than 200 off 25 overs was the target when confusion and disaster struck.
Horrible mix-up. Essex keep their cool, Harmer does the rest, and this partnership is broken.
With Patel still there, danger remained for Essex, however.
Take 1 and take 50. Another impressive knock from Samit Patel.
And he found good company in Mullaney, who was destroying the bowling of Harmer.
Oh, Mullaney has gone over extra cover again. That's an absolute belter of a shot. Swept away, 4 again.
Mullaney's 50 coming off just 39 balls.
Not got all of it, but got enough of it.
Essex had scored 113 in their last 10 overs, and their opponents would need only 82. This was turning into an incredible game.
It's only a chip, really.
In the 41st over, Nottinghamshire were made to sweat though.
Picked out the man in the deep. I think it's carried Ravi Bopara. He's not sure.
Picked it up well. Difficult from that angle. Looks like it's bounced.
Patel survived and made his opponents pay.
Shot finds the gap, 4 more. Gone big this time. Fetch that from the river.
If in doubt, hit it into the river.
100 for Samit Patel. Punches the air, that's a fantastic innings.
It soon became clear that Notts were the favourites, and when Mullaney scored his first ever List A 100, the game looked almost secure.
What a way to go to a century. Magnificent from Mullaney.
6 were needed off the final over.
Gone again. Oh, it's gone over Foster and it's gone away for 4. Is it runs, is it wides, is it buys? It's off the glove.
He's got a glove on it. He's got a glove on it.
Edged away past the keeper, that's it. Patel steers Nottinghamshire home. They will go to Lords on July the 1st. What a brilliant performance. The highest ever chase in English domestic one-day cricket, and Nottinghamshire are the winners.
A resounding win by 5 wickets and a record chase in English domestic List A cricket. Nottinghamshire pulling it off against the odds, and much in thanks to the batting of Patel and Mullaney, who both scored hundreds. Essex played their part, And with almost 750 runs scored in the day, what a day it was. Knox will now play Worcestershire or Surrey in the final on the 1st of July.
gentlemen, let me introduce our Ambassador Cruise Line.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, name best value at sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our Ambassador Cruise Line.
So just 5 minutes to go now until we get play underway, and a chance to welcome our bell ringer. So warm welcome to Mr. Dave Little. Dave's done huge things for cricket and football across East Anglia, especially with Ipswich and East Suffolk Cricket Club. So Dave is going to be ringing the bell for our 5-minute warning. Mr. Little, all yours. Perfectly done, sir. And a chance to say a warm welcome to our Guard of Honour from Bellas Cricket Club, down there on the estuary. So let's welcome our umpires for today, Saran Shanmugam and Ben Peveril. And leading Essex out, Tom Wesley and Essex. And the opening batsman for Notts Outlaws, wearing 26, Ben Slater, and wearing number 12, Ben Martindale. Opening the bowling from the Hayes close end, number 44, Jamie Porter. Receiving, number 26, Ben Slater.
Normally, if county championship terms, that was 4 runs all the way, but in actual fact, it's there are 2 Allisons playing actually, Ben and Charlie. And what was confusing in the match-up at Sedberg is that 2 Essex players, one was Charlie Allison, not sure who the other was, were both wearing number 56, so let's hope they've sorted that out. Porter's in a bowls, and this ball's played to Josh Rymel. No, sorry, in fact that is Charlie Allison at backward point, and they can't take a run there. 1 for no wicket. We're in the first over. Paul Newton here with Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham, and my BBC Essex colleague Dick Davis will join us on the half hour. And Essex won the toss, but not into bat. They're opening with Ben Slater and Ben Martindale. So Ben Martindale now on strike as he pushes this one into the offside. And oh goodness me, there was nearly a run out, and in fact, I think that may have just flicked the bail, but he's just got home in time. Ben Martindale there, a disagreement between the two Bens opening the batting for Nottinghamshire, and he literally got about halfway down. Ben Slater kept trying to send him back. He was a bit slow to get the message, but he has managed to get back in his ground in the nick of, and that would have been an awful way to start a 50-over match off, losing a wicket to a run out in the first over as Dave rejoins us.
Yep, clearly a little greasy out there. Lost his footing and was very, very close, I'm sure, to being run out. Here's Porter then to continue in this over. Wide of the off stump, goes through to Buttleman, and that's the end of a good over from Jamie Porter. He's going to present problems for Notts, I'm sure, at the top of the innings here. And a really good tight first over, just that one run to Ben Slater. Notts had a warm-up game up in Norwich at the weekend, defeated Norfolk quite convincingly there, useful run out, but they've still made 3 changes to the side today. A bit of experience. Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson were rested for that one. They come back into the side, so too Lyndon James.
And it is anticipated that Essex may, in the second half of the zonal round here, in other words the last 4 games, may be able to call on Simon Harmer, who's quite understandably been given 10 days, something like that, off to recuperate. He's played in, I think, every game, including all the T20s and championship matches up to this point of the season. Going to be Aaron Beard to bowl the first over from the River End, second over in all. Initially going to be bowling to Ben Slater, and Will Buttleman had just left the field to, I think, get a replacement pair of wicket-keeping gloves maybe. Anyway, he's back there in position now, 2 slips, and Aaron Beard runs away from us at the River End and bowls. That's a good lead from Ben Slater. Score remaining at 1 for no wicket at the start of the second over. Haven't mentioned the weather much. It's a decent enough morning. There is a forecast pretty much for the whole country that there could be some sharp showers, particularly in the course of the afternoon, and we just have to hope that they avoid Chelmsford.
Yes, I think the nice lady on the television this morning was quite optimistic that it would be dry by and large. We've only had, 7 balls, Paul? 8 balls, 7 balls, and already there seems to be an issue as the ball is handed to Tom Westley, who's gone over to the umpire. Maybe that something needs just snipping off it rather than they're asking for a ball change yet.
Yeah, because there hasn't been any boundary hit or anything you'd expect to damage the ball, and you're spot on, Dave, as usual. A little bit of work with the scissors. It's the stitching in the certainly the Duke balls. The man who used to do it all just won those Beards in bowls, and that ball goes through outside off stump. Slater would have as he was taking the bat away there. I'm not totally sure he was, but in any event he didn't get the edge. Apparently one particular man who'd been doing the job for decades finally retired, and this whoever took his place wasn't apparently anything like as good at the stitching. So that's why the Duke balls have needed so much replacing of late, as Beard is in and bowls, and Slater plays this one back down the pitch to the bowler. And Beard, who bowled a very wayward over up at Sedberg the other day, one where he did finally get Keaton Jennings out, but Keaton Jennings had taken him for 3 consecutive balls, and he was bowling a lot of wides, but he's been pretty much on the mark so far here. Essex unchanged from the side that rather fortunately got a point up at Sedberg a couple of days ago. And this ball's turned off the hip, brings fine leg into play, take a single, and that's the second run on the board. Nottinghamshire put into bat, 2 for no wicket, both to Ben Slater.
I think that one was a leg by, Paul. I think he's just signalled that it came off the thigh pad.
Yeah, I wondered about that. They haven't actually credited it to the batsman on the scoreboard for the moment.
He signalled a leg by.
No, you're right, because on the main scoreboard he's only got 1, so you're quite right, and that was a leg by. He looked to flick it off the hip, but just came off the thigh pad. And Beard's in again. And this ball's it's a lovely shot for 4 through extra cover. Then Martindale. It was just short of a length, wasn't the worst ball ever, but just short of a length. Gave the batsman just enough width for him to crack it off the back foot through the covers for 4. 6 for no wicket.
He'll feel a little better, won't he? Could have been already back up here with his teammates and pads off and bemoaning his misfortune, having very nearly been run out in that first over.
Beard, again, as we have a little bit of sunshine breaking out here at the county ground. Oh, that's a very good delivery indeed. Leaves the batsman off the pitch. Just goes by the outside edge. Taken very low by wicketkeeper Will Buttleman. Typically the bounce at Chelmsford is low. And the score at the end of the second over put into bat, Nottinghamshire 6 for no wicket with 1 to Ben Slater and 4 to Ben Martindale.
Yeah, no significant amendments to the rules, to the laws of the competition this year. Remember an initial power play of 10 overs, just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. Each bowler can have a maximum of 10 overs. As Paul said, we may see Jamie Porter bowling most of his allocation up front. Here he comes to begin the 3rd over, and that's a really good delivery past Ben Slater.
Yeah, I think Ben Slater did rather well to avoid getting the edge there, because it was a cracking delivery that right arm over to the left-hand batsman, was probably aiming for middle and off, and then left sharply up the seam to go through to Buttleman. 6 for no wicket.
In all List A cricket, Ben Slater averages 56.7, which is phenomenal. That's over 53 matches. This is his 54th game in the competition. As he works this one away, there'll be I was going to say there'll be 1, and again they have a little bit of a miscommunication in that Slater was always running 2 and Martindale was ball watching a little bit and then had to respond and just quickly get into 4th or 5th gear to get down to the other end. But 2 to Slater. Yes, he's got 6 centuries in this format.
Terrific. That's Ben Slater, by the way, down on the 3rd man boundary. Dave, there are 2 Allisons. Yes, the other one, Charlie, is his brother, but he's fielding at backward point.
Here comes Porter. A couple of left-handers, as you'll have noticed, for Notts at the top of the order. This one allowed to go through to Buttleman. Nottinghamshire side then has a debutant for Notts, as far as Notts are concerned, with Tom Loughton, signed in the winter from Yorkshire. We've not yet seen him represent Notts in first team level. 24 years of age, played 8 one-day matches over the last couple of years for Yorkshire. So he's making his Notts debut. We'll see him a little later on. Porter bowls this past the outside edge. And of course, Calvin Harrison, we have seen quite a lot of him in the T20 competition over the last couple of years. We've seen him this season in the county championship side, but the last 2 Augusts he's been away playing in the 100, but he's playing for Notts for the first time in this competition.
Any idea what the shirt number of Tom Loughton is?
I haven't at the moment.
Yeah, not to worry, it won't matter until
it won't take an awful lot of
Notts are in the field.
Next delivery on his way, and run to backward point by Ben Slater, and there's no run.
Yes, for the benefit of listeners, I'm only asking Dave that question because it's the one change from the printed scorecard here. As rather heavier cloud comes over Bub now, but we think for the most part, even if we do get the odd interruption, it shouldn't hold proceedings up by much here at the county ground in Chelmsford. Decent start by Notts, 8 for no wicket, but there's quite a bit of movement out there.
Porter, right arm, medium fast bowls to Slater, eases it into the offside, and there's no run, and it's the end of the over. 8 without loss after 3 overs for Nottinghamshire. Ben Martindale has 4 and Ben Slater has 3, and there was that one leg by a little early on. Of course, both these sides Missing lots of players gives an opportunity, of course, for many that are playing. Sam Cook, of course, would normally, I guess, be sharing the new ball duties with Jamie Porter here. He's ironically enough, located in Nottingham for the foreseeable future, playing for the Trent Rockets, one of a number of players missing from both sides in this contest. In fact, I've gone through about 15 players that have played for Notts this year that, for various reasons, aren't playing in this match.
Beard begins the 4th over, and bowls, and Martindale. Rather wild swish at this, but it's a wide, and rightly so. It was a long way outside off stump. You'd probably rather have seen him just leave it in the first place, particularly as he played such a lovely shot through extra cover that had everything right about it, all along the ground in Beard's previous over. 9 for no wicket, so that goes through into the gloves of Will Buttleman.
Yeah, and the bowler wasn't too happy about it. Did you see him turn and put his arms out as if to say, what?
Well, he's trying something on in that case as he comes in and bowls to Martindale again. This is a much better delivery and played on its merits. Past the bowler, down to Tom Wesley at mid-off. Tom Wesley, skipper of Essex's championship side, skipper of this side. Not, however, skipper, it's Simon Harmer who does that job in the T20 competition for Essex.
This is the 54th one-day meeting between the two sides, the first since that 2017 semi-final. Essex with majority of the wins.
Beard to Martindale. He's clipped this one a little bit aerially, but it lands safe. It's going out toward the mid-wicket boundary. Won't cross it because the recent rains, and there have been plenty of those, have slowed the outfield. But 3 runs a certainty from the moment it left the bat, and that takes the score along to 12 for no wicket, and Martindale goes up to 7.
Yeah, a couple of positive shots from Martindale, one either side of the wicket. 24 victories for Essex and 20 for Nottinghamshire.
Left-hand opening partnership here, both batsmen left-handers, and Slater faces Beard. And again, he's very wide. It's been driven down to wide third man. Jamie Porter sends a good return to Will Buttleman. Single, 13 for no wicket, and Slater on to 4.
Of course, they've met in all the various guises over the years, all the different competitions that have been held with under the one big umbrella of one-day cricket. The first meeting was in that very first year of the John Player County League back in 1969.
Beard's in, bowls, and a little loose shot here from Martindale as the ball goes through. Again, very low, the bounce. If I were the wicket keeper, I'd want to be moving up a yard or two. 13 for no wicket on the board, with 4 to Ben Slater, 7 to Ben Martindale.
Not holding back, is he? That was a real kitchen sinker, threw everything at that one.
Yes, he did, you're quite right. 2 slips has become 1 by now, and the 1 slip is pretty wide as Beard bowls. As ball's driven to Aaron Nijar, fielding at mid-on, sends a slightly high return, but Buttleman stretches up to catch it. And 13 for no wicket, 4th over. Nottinghamshire put into bat, and as and when needed, the batsmen to come: Matthew Montgomery, Hasib Hamid, Liam Patterson-White, Lyndon James, Dane Shadendorf, Brett Hutton, Calvin Harrison, Dane Patterson and Tom Loughton. And Beard's in again, a little bit dull at the moment, and now I think that may well have just flicked the edge. We'll wait and see what the signal is. It's not taken at slip, it's gone down to third man, and that was a chance missed there by Buttleman. In some ways, if the 1 slip had been in the conventional first slip position, it probably would have been his catch as a wicketkeeper threw himself to his left. So, bit of a life there. Score 14 for no wicket after 4 overs, and bit of a life for Martindale on 7. He moves on to 8.
Yes, it's been a nervy start for Ben Martindale. Either side of those 2 expansive drives, a shot through the covers for 4, one through mid-wicket for 3, but either side of that he was very nearly run out in the first over slipping over, and just a little edge on that one, and Buttleman puts him down. It's going to be Porter. 14 on the board as we begin the 5th over of the innings. Jamie Porter bowls, and Martindale just drops it on the leg side. Lots of cloud cover. We can see some gaps with a little bit of blue sky just starting to peep through.
Must admit, Dave, this would apply even more to red ball cricket. I never like it when the slip cordon is arranged in such a way that it leaves a gap to try and sort of cover both options.
Just hedging the bets a little bit, aren't they?
Exactly.
As Porter bowls to Martindale, just runs it into the offside.
To be fair to Buttleman, had there been, there was a slip in, but had he been in the conventional position, it probably would have gone straight into first slip's hands, but the only slip was sort of standing actually closer to where second slip would normally be than first, to try and cover both options, hedge the bets, as Dave says. It didn't pay off.
Porter again, knees and elbows pumping, bowls, and Martindale just tries to pull one away, which probably wasn't short enough to play that shot. Bottom edges it through to the slip cordon. No run. We've had Don Topley in touch, just sending his best to the commentary team. Can't be with us today. Just says, could we give a shout out to Dave Little of Ipswich and East Suffolk Cricket Club, who rang the 5-minute bell before start of play today. Davey says a stalwart sportsman in Suffolk 2 counties cricket and in East Anglian football with Copplestonians FC. So we heard Dave ringing the bell to get us on our marks for the start of play, as this one steered to backward point by Martindale. There's no run. That's one of the Allisons. That's Charlie at backward point doing the fielding.
And just to let people know that Essex women play Middlesex women here at the county ground tomorrow with an 11 o'clock start. If you'd like to come along, got a free Friday. It'll be good entertainment.
Porter again. Balls to Martindale down the leg side, and Buttleman just got a fingernail on it, but I don't think he's been able to stop it. We'll have a look at the umpire now. He's given leg byes here, 4 leg byes. Wasn't entirely sure that there was any contact with Ben Martindale, but the umpire, Ben Peverell, saw it differently. We'll just see the replay here, and well, we couldn't actually see any point of contact, or I couldn't, as it slipped down the leg side and ran away for 4 leg byes. Useful extras. Knots moving on quite nicely onto 18, but their openers still together here. Porter in again and bowls, and it's pushed back to Jamie Porter. Thought that probably should have been wide down the leg side. I certainly couldn't see any deviation, but no matter. End of the over. Jamie Porter 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. It goes down as a maiden because the leg byes don't go against him, so he's begun tidily enough. Nottinghamshire, I think, will be relatively pleased. They're 18 without loss after 5.
Aaron Beard loosening up to bowl the 6th over of the innings after Nottinghamshire were put in. This the first power play, overs 1 to 10. Beard bowls and it's hammered off the back foot, nicely fielded in the covers by Noah Thane, very promising youngster from the Essex Academy. Impressed when Essex played Ireland here in the build-up towards the Ashes series, which, goodness me, you wouldn't get a much better set of test matches than the Ashes provided, with that wonderful finish a couple of days ago, or 3 days ago now. Beard from the river end in bowls, and a bit of a fish at that from Slater. Not his best shot, but there is quite a lot of movement out there. That one moved away quite sharply off the seam, and Slater felt obliged to play at it. 18 for no wicket. 2 balls of the 6th over have gone.
Thanks to Harry Butler Daft reminding me that Tom Loughton is number 24.
Thanks,
you, Harry. And also to Andy Easom, who also sent the same message, and to Simon Aldridge. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you to all of you who've informed us there. And good to know you've been paying attention. There's Beard's in. Bowls to Slater. Slater works it off the pads, won't get a run as it goes to mid-wicket. Fielded on the tumble by Robin Das. And score remaining at 18 for no wicket.
A number of people had one or two issues getting the commentary on the app, but hopefully it's all up and running now.
Beard coming in. We now actually shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. We have 2 slips back in now as this ball is played again to Robin Das at mid-wicket, and there is no run. But yeah, we started with the 2 slips. One was taken away. The one that remained pushed out to a sort of second slip position rather than first, and typically the ball went straight through the gap. Wicketkeeper Buttleman held himself to his left, goalkeeper style, but just couldn't hang on to what would, I think, have been straight into the breadbasket had the first slip been in the conventional first slip position. Beard is in again to bowl to Slater. Hit firmly back, nice shot, going to be cut off by Aaron Nijjar at mid-on. Again, just as with the previous bit of fielding he did, his return to the wicketkeeper, who himself is still a good 10 or 15 yards back. He hadn't got up to the stumps. Again, it was rather high. Needs to just adjust his sights a little bit there. Aaron Nijjar is a slow left-arm bowler of several years' experience now, so we'll definitely see him in the attack. Bowled pretty well, actually, up at Sedberg the other day when Essex took on Lancashire. Beard coming in to bowl to Slater, and playing the miss at that one, but doesn't take the edge. 6th over ends with Nottinghamshire put into bat, 18 for no wicket.
Yeah, second consecutive maiden. The 4 leg byes obviously in the previous over, but each bowler returning back-to-back maidens just to stem the Nottinghamshire charge. Beard 3 overs, none for 10. Going to be Porter to continue, and well, if it ain't broke, don't need fixing, does it? At the moment, they're more than happy, I think, Essex, just to keep these 2 going. Nottinghamshire, conversely, will be looking for a platform from the 2 left-handed bends. It's Martindale on strike. Here is Porter, experienced player. Lovely shot by Martindale, just to the offside of straight for 4. Straight down the ground, hitting towards the Hayes close end, and he gets his second boundary. Nice looking shot from Martindale, and he moves on to 12. Nottinghamshire 22 without loss.
Beautifully timed and beautifully placed between the bowler and mid-off, and although Tom Wesley is a fairly straight mid-off, that was so well placed that he'd no hope of cutting it off.
Porter in again, still 2 slips, bowls, and this time Martindale just sort of cloths his drive a little bit. Back to the bowler. It's the first year, of course, with the sponsorship of Metro Bank. The last Royal London winners were Kent, who won the final last year at Trent Bridge. It'll be at Nottingham again this year.
One of the most important acts of the day has just occurred. We've been given our meal vouchers. Many thanks to Matt for delivering them.
Next delivery on its way now, and that one just pops a little bit off a length, and Martindale does well to play it down on the leg side, taking his bottom hand off the bat in order to do so. It was nicely controlled, but just got a little big on him.
Don't know about you, Dave, but I always find certain things make you hungrier. So if I'm behind the wheel driving, I soon feel like a nibble, and I'd say the same thing about commentating. It kind of brings on the hunger.
It's a long old shift, this one, as the next ball on its way, driven crisply up to mid-off, wideish mid-off, and there's no run. 3.5 hours they're allocated to bowl these 50 overs. Generally, a side should manage to achieve that without getting into too many difficulties.
Yeah, it's very much a form of the game, Dave, and I'm sure you'd agree, where you need 3 commentators, not 2, because it's a lot of overs through a day, 100 if there's only 2 of you.
Porter's going to go round the wicket to Martindale. Ben Martindale just plays it back to the bowler, so that boundary at the start of the over only runs so far. Scheduled to be 3 matches played today in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. This one here at Chelmsford, of course. At the Oval, Surrey are 34 for 2 against Leicestershire, and at Scarborough, this will disappoint the holiday crowd, where there's been a lot of rain over the last few days. A delayed start between Yorkshire and Lancashire. They'd have been expecting a bumper crowd for that one. Martindale gets 4. Short of a length, and this time he does pull it nicely through mid-wicket, so that over bookended by boundaries by Martindale, who's started very promisingly here. His first real stay at the crease in List A cricket, as I say, briefly played at Bristol, came in right at the end of the innings last year, if memory serves, and only got 1 or 2. 22 without loss. Martindale has 12, Slater has 4, and we've had 7 overs after Essex won the toss and invited Notts to bat first.
Well, he picked up the shortness of length there very, very quickly indeed. He doesn't move the feet all that much, but he got that straight out the middle of the bat, whacked it away through mid-wicket for 4. He has played 3 lovely boundary shots, Ben Martindale.
Yeah, I was reading the scoreboard which said 22. It has now changed quite rightly to 26 without loss.
Beard bowling his 4th over, 8th of the innings, and no need for anybody to chase this from Ben Slater's bat as he drives it handsomely through the covers for 4. 30 for no wicket in just the 8th over. Man fielding at slip for Essex is Bo Webster, and he is a man who's played in several of the Australian Big Bash type of leagues, so he's a fair bit of experience. We will see him in the bowling attack, possibly his first change, if the game up at Sedbergh's anything to go by. Beard, meanwhile, is in, bowls to Slater. It wasn't the best of deliveries, but it wasn't the best of shots, as Slater played at that, a shortish delivery outside off stump. I think his eyes lit up. He just hit one lovely shot through extra cover for 4. I think he thought he could have another, this time off the back foot, but leant back a little bit, maybe slightly took his eye off it, and plays at thin air as it goes through to Will Buttleman. Nottinghamshire put into bat, 8th over, 30 for no wicket. Paul Newton here with Dave Bracegirdle, and my place will be taken in an over or so by Dick Davis. Dick and myself of BBC Essex, Dave from BBC Radio Nottingham. Beard bowls, and this ball again is going to produce, I think, a boundary. It wasn't hit quite as firmly as the one earlier in the over, but the result is just the same, and the ball crosses the rope in almost an identical spot. 34 for no wicket, and Slater now races along. He has now got, I think it should be just waiting for that to come back on the board. What's a little bit difficult from a commentating point of view is that you rely on the scoreboard, but then after a delivery they either show an advert or, in this case, a replay of that fine shot from Slater. Faces the next one from Beard, tries for a repeat, doesn't time this one, just goes a few yards out to Josh Rymel at short extra. So Slater now has 12 with the 2 boundaries in this over, which have taken the Nottinghamshire score in the 8th over to 34 for no wicket. Essex are unchanged from the side that got a point rather fortunately up at Sedbergh the other day, and that means it's Josh Rymel, Robin Das, Tom Wesley, Noah Thane, Bo Webster, Charlie Allison, Will Buttleman, Aaron Beard, Ben Allison, Aaron Nijjar and Jamie Porter. Here comes Beard, River End, just the 1 slip now. Next ball is played to Josh Rymel at short extra, and no run, score remaining 34 for no wicket. But a good start through this early power play for Nottinghamshire. The second phase of the power play, of the arrangement of the overs, runs from overs 11 to 40, and then the final power play is 40 up to 50, as gradually the number of players allowed to field outside the 35-yard circle increases. Beard's in and bowls to Slater, who again attempts to crack it through the offside, gets something of an under edge. The ball goes out to Noah Thane at cover, and they get a single to complete the over. So 8 overs gone, and the score is 35 for no wicket. Nottinghamshire put into bat with 16 to Ben Martindale, 13 to Ben Slater. Been a fair few extras, including the 4-leg byes, and Jamie Porter, who very often in 50 overs cricket bowls either his entire 10 over spell or 10 over maximum allocation, or at least 8 of them in one long spell. Because of the reduced overs up at Sedberg 2 days ago, it was a 36 overs a side game. 4 bowlers could bowl 7 overs and 1 could bowl 8. Porter had the distinction of being the one who bowled 8, and he bowled them straight off the top. Here he is now around the wicket, Hayes close end, bowls, and Slater's whacked it for 4 through the covers. Ball coming onto the bat very nicely, and that's a 3rd boundary in the space of 7 deliveries for Slater. Moves along to 17, the score to 39 for no wicket in 8.1. And even the highly experienced Porter, who before this tournament started, finished the round of championship matches with 5 wickets in each innings at the Aegeus, when Essex narrowly beat Hampshire and Porter got 10 wickets in the match for 83, I think it was. Porter had started his run-up, Slater wasn't quite ready. Porter has quickly gone back to the top of his run-up. A little bit of sun trying to break through. Comes in, bowls, and that's a brilliant take actually by Will Buttleman, as Slater trying to crack it away off the back foot. Again, it was beaten by the low bounce there, and rather played around it, missed it, and the ball very sharply went down leg side. Nice take from Will Buttleman there to prevent what would have been 4 byes. Dave Bracegirdle about to rejoin me, and Dick Davis will join him. I'll just take this one ball before I leave, and comes off the pad, goes out into the offside. Dave, I'll leave you to take over. Dick will join you. 39 for no wicket in the 9th over.
Thank you, Paul. More from Paul Newton in the fullness of time here on BBC Essex Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Sport Online. Those of you following us on the live stream as well, provided by Essex County Cricket Club. I'm sure there's a link to it. There will be a link to it on the Match Centre on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. You're all very welcome. As Porter bowls and Ben Slater's trying to pull this away into the next county and misses it as it goes through to the wicketkeeper, Will Buttleman. So 39 on the board. It's been feast or famine really for these 2 left-handed Bens. Gone after their shots this morning, and in between that there's been a couple of real scares. Martindale nearly run out when he slipped over in the 1st over, and then got 8 when he nibbled at one from Beard, and the keeper diving full length couldn't hang on. Here's Porter again from the Hayes close end, bowls tucked onto the leg side by Slater, and there's no runners. We're reunited, myself and Dickie Davis. Very good morning, Dickie. How the devil are you?
I'm fine, thanks, Dave. Yes, as you say, reunited after my 4 days at 4 most enjoyable days up at Trent Bridge in, I don't know when it was really. April, wasn't it? May.
April or May.
Yeah.
We sorted you out. Your calorie intake that week was okay, wasn't it?
Yes, a most enjoyable and eventful few days.
Porter bowls, hit it into the air slightly by Slater, but he's managed to find the gap on the offside and gets another boundary. And this might be slightly worrying for Tom Westley and his side, because the boundaries have come thick and fast, and knots have just accelerated beautifully. There were a couple of maidens from Porter and from Beard back to back, but since then the runs have really started to come, and I think we're going to get the first bowling change of the day at this end as Aaron Beard comes out of the attack.
Yes, to be replaced by Ben Ellison, the elder or older of the 2 brothers. There's Ben Ellison, who's had several games for the first 11 for Essex, and Charlie Allison, 4 years his junior, 5 years his junior. Both learnt their cricket at Brentwood Cricket Club, and an opportunity to say your emails will be very welcome at bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. I'll say that again because not everybody is aware of this. As Allison moves in round the wicket, right arm round the wicket. And that's played out pleasantly into the covers or just forward of square on the offside, and it does go through for 4 runs. And so not the most auspicious start by Allison. Tall, fair-haired. That almost goes without saying he's tall if he's a seam bowler in county cricket. And so Martindale moves on to 20. As Allison moves in again and bowls to him. And this is nudged through the onside. They'll get a couple here as it's retrieved at deepish mid-wicket, about halfway, a little bit more than halfway to the boundary. Yeah, we had a lot of emails when I was up at Trent Bridge, and they kept coming. So although the email address suggests it's Essex, well, it is Essex. We'd warmly welcome emails from Notts supporters, well, any cricket supporters, England supporters.
EssexCricket@gmail.com, is that
Essex Cricket at BBC Essex Cricket gmail.com.
Don't forget. Don't forget the BBC.
Now I'm going to have to look it up. You've confused me. Well, I've confused myself, actually. No, you needn't take the blame for that. That's worked away pleasantly just forward of square on the side.
And that's the 50 partnership up.
BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. Yep. In the midway through the 10th over. So, yeah, good rate of progress. By Notts, yeah, I'll say it again. BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. And yeah, that rather hasn't been used that. Haven't used that too much lately because of the T20 competitions, of course. That's worked way on the onside, and that's a dot ball. Not kept 50 without loss. A pleasant day at the moment, but it just looks as if we're unlikely to get through the whole day unscathed by the odd shower. I don't think it's going to set in for torrential rain. Allison moves in again and bowls. Oh, that's... Well, it was well fielded by Beard, who almost goes without saying, one of the better fielders, but I'm just wondering if it's actually a drop. I think he's put it down. Difficult to see our screen because the sun's shining on it. Having another look now. It came out of the middle of the bat, and well, it's still difficult to tell. But the oohs and ahs from the crowd suggested it was a drop. So thank you, crowd, for helping us there. As Allison moves in and bowls, and that's played out in the covers, no addition to the score. Right, I'll just say that email address once more for those whom I'm confused somewhat. BBC Essex Cricket, BBC Essex Cricket, no dots or strange characters or anything, @gmail.com. Thank you. As I say, any cricket supporter, Essex Cricket, Notts Cricket, England Cricket, possibly Australian cricket, and club cricket. I'm a great fan of club cricket. I think that's one of the reasons I so like this competition, because a lot of these players coming up through the Essex team I've watched over the years playing club cricket locally, and I expect the same applies to some of the Notts players. Well, they all have, all the counties, because so many players are lost to the 100 competition. Obviously they use it as an opportunity, a welcome, albeit a forced opportunity to give the youngsters some experience.
That's the end of the power play, so 4 fielders can be allowed outside the circle now. Porter bowls to Ben Martindale, eases this into the offside, so a little bit more defensively minded now, the home side. Got 2 out on the leg side, and I presume there's a third man as well as a extra cover boundary rider as Porter Comes in round the wicket, driven beautifully by Martindale, straight back past the bowler for 4. That's a fine shot from Ben Martindale, who's ticking along very nicely here indeed. Very impressive. He's got a lot of runs in second 11 cricket. Just having a look, the other game that's playing at the moment in this group, Surrey at the Oval, similar position in terms of runs. They're 50 for 2 after 10 overs, so exactly the same amount of runs as Porter bowls. And Martindale has just nicked this wide of the keeper, just opened the face, maybe went a little finer than he would have imagined, but back-to-back boundaries. But the Surrey side, Ryan Patel is out, but 3 England international batters of recent vintage there at 2, 3 and 4. Dominic Sibley, Rory Burns and Ben Foakes. So that's a strong Surrey lineup. Some very fine players in that side. Very much looks as if they're taking the competition seriously. There's Porter in again, and Martindale this time pushes it back to Jamie Porter. So 58 without loss. Porter into his 6th over, and he's now gone for 27 runs. Just wonder if Tom Westley might start to think about a change at the Hayes close end. I know Paul was saying he very often will get the bulk of his overs in, but this is his 6th. He's gone for a few boundaries now. 58 on the board. Martindale has 31. He's hit this quite crisply, but straight to mid-off, and there's no addition to the total. Been some great matches between these two sides over the years. Of course, they met in 2 Lords finals, 1 win apiece, 1985. Very last ball of the match, Derek Randall needing a 4 to win off Derek Pringle.
And hold out to mid-on.
I think it was Paul Pritchard. Was it Paul Pritchard?
Paul
I was just
Pritchard.
trying to think.
Yeah, hold out to Paul Pritchard.
Next ball on its way, and Martindale lifts this over the ring and away for 4 on the leg side. Got underneath that. Lovely shot. 3 boundaries in that over. Jamie Porter, not used to being treated with so much disrespect by a youngster. 62 without loss, and Martindale is on 35.
And I don't know if Paul or Dave have mentioned this, but if listeners think that Nottinghamshire's undoubted success at the moment is greeted with more glee than you might expect, it's because the Nottinghamshire side are billeted in the rather bijou accommodation just beneath us, which is sort of not quite the size of a broom cupboard, maybe a large broom cupboard, and they get a good view coming up here onto the Riverside stand. So they're all sitting in front of us. They actually get a better view than if they were
on the dressing room
normally
balcony.
Be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course, in the past here, it's been filled with Essex supporters.
Yes. As Ben Allison, that is, I ought to make that clear because Charlie is also playing in this innings. Moves in, bowls to Slater, who pushes it out on the offside. With that flurry of runs off Martindale's bat, he's overtaken Slater. He now has 35 to Slater's 21, although he's faced considerably fewer deliveries, going at well over a run a ball, 112, nearly 113. Allison, right arm round the wicket, moves, bowls. Not one of the best shots played this morning, but still effective in as much as it picked up a single off the inside edge down to fine leg. A good crowd here. In fact, I would say a very good crowd. Yeah. Very good indeed. I mean, we can usually judge it from what's over in the public enclosure to our left and the east side of the ground, because the side where we are just about is mainly for members, and that's always well supported. Admittedly, that's a pleasant looking shot, but non-productive as it's played out into the mid-wicket area. Admittedly, if you put this size crowd in Nottingham, in Trent Bridge, they'd probably get lost, but
yeah, just a couple of things on that. Though it is a Thursday, it's a huge crowd for a Thursday, and, you talk about bringing the youngsters to a cricket in the summer holidays. Are there any? Can we see any? I'm sure there's some out there. I'm sure we'll see them with bat and ball in the interval on the outfield. But
yes,
I can't say I can see a whole load of youngsters out there.
Allison, a bit of a waft outside the off stump from Martindale, goes through to keeper Buttleman. We'll keep an eye on that a little later. As I say, you get the best indication during the interval when the youngsters are running about. But yes, it was a steady flow of members and Nottinghamshire supporters, and I guess casual cricket supporters as well, when the gates opened an hour or so before the start. Hopefully they're going to get a good day's cricket. Could be a high scoring match, this. It could be. And again, short of a length, hit powerfully into the offside, but well fielded. Just mentioned that Essex win at Lords in '85. Of course, the other one was the other way round and also went down to the last ball. The '89 Benson and Hedges, when John Lever just put one in the very slot that Eddie Hemmings was hoping he would, and Hemmings cut it away for the Nottinghamshire win, the only time they won the Benson and Hedges Cup. That's worked well on the onside. They scamper through for a quickish but fairly comfortable single. Yes, the late lamented Benson Hedges Cup. Everybody liked that format, I think. It was 55 overs, which was sort of manageable, and on a league basis, and then I think there were quarter-finals, semi-finals, final. And, but it was also Essex's first trophy ever in 1979. And then just to put the icing on the cake, they won the county championship a couple of months later. So that was 1979 was really the year when Essex began to become a force in cricket. Otherwise they'd been always very much the minnows, the underdogs. So Jamie Porter, 6 overs, Boulder Maiden, none for 31 coming out of the attack, and this is the very talented, very experienced Australian Bo Webster, signed on short-term contract only last week, I think. Bowls to Ben Martindale, and his first ball is steered to backward point. There's no run. Tall Australian Bo Webster, right arm medium pace bowler, got 3 wickets the other day at Sedbergh against Lancashire. Before that one was washed away. Born in and plays for Tasmania. Born in a place called Snug. It sounds rather pleasant. It's in bowls now, and Martindale, it says crisply enough, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Which would appear to be a suburb of Hobart. Snug, I like that. In the old days, pubs used to have snug bars, didn't they? The Snug. They did. Born in December 93, so he'll be, what will he be, 30 this year. Just before Christmas. Bowling to Ben Martindale now, and Martindale gets off strike, just angling it away. Nearly standard bread and butter shot off his hip. Out to Jamie Porter, single taken. Been very impressed with Martindale this morning. 37 from just about a run a ball. Well, according to a very popular cricket website, Ben Jacob Webster bowls right arm off breaks. Well, maybe he does as well. He's in now, and bowls to Ben Slater, who plays the exact same shot working it off his hip. So he's a Ben as well, is he? Yes. A Ben or a Bow? A Bow. Did I say Ben? Yeah, sorry. He's a Bow. Bo Jacob Webster. I don't think I've ever commentated on a cricketer whose first name is Bow before, but beautiful. Yes, it is indeed. He's in now, bowls to the 20-year-old Martindale, and he's played a lovely shot there. I think he's found the gap. He has indeed. He's got another boundary. Just turned it away, down to long leg, bisected a couple of fielders there. Keeps the board moving. Nottinghamshire up to 66 already. Yeah, moving along very nicely are the visitors, very nicely indeed. But from the point of view from the home crowd, they've all watched, well, probably they've all watched enough cricket to know that things can change. There's Webster,
to Martindale. A little push and run this time up to mid-off. And again, just to repeat what Dickie said, all the Notts coaching staff and players just in the seats in front of us. So lots of applause at the moment you'll hear. And really surprised because Notts are 71 without loss. Martindale 42 now. Ben Slater 23. And the senior man, I think, is more than happy just to let the youngster have his head at the moment. Martindale has played some very nice shots. Lots of attacking intent. Of course, last year, Sol Budinger was Slater's opening partner, and is playing in a similar sort of vein to Budinger. See ball, hit ball.
Yeah, we had a lot of emails, so which I thank you warmly. We'll get to those ere long as Allison moves in bowls. That's just played pleasantly out to skipper Westley at mid-off for a single. I'll get this one out of the way and apologise. Of course, the Allisons play for Colchester, not Brentwood. Yeah, thank you. Cole, father and 3 brothers. Yeah. So, my apologies. 2 very good clubs, both going very well in the Essex League this year. Allison moves in bowls. Oh, and it edged. And 4 runs down to third man. A very definite edge, but it's those, as I've said over the years, an edge for 4 down to third man is worth just as much as the most sumptuous of extra cover drives. They all look the same in the scorebook.
They do indeed, yeah. I think he meant to run it fine, but
yes,
clearly
not
as fine as that. No. Mark the Mod, very good morning to you. Morning, gents, from a breezy garden in Sevenoaks. Pile them up, Notts, he said, and remember that Derek Randall got 18 from the first 5 balls in that Lord's final before getting out on the last one.
Allison moves in bowls, played defensively. Haven't said that too many times since I've been on here. Trickles out on the onside. And also an apology. I understand from the emails that we weren't on air for about the first 8 minutes. Well, the most recent email pointing out that we weren't is timed at 11:08. Well, sorry about that, but I've no idea why. But then I need a lot of effort to learn how to wire a plug. It's not very technically minded, as that's played with authority, but straight to mid-on.
Yeah.
Not that you have many opportunities to wire a plug now, because everything comes with it all wired on, doesn't it?
And we should also add in the rider, Dickie, that we were all connected at this end, at our end.
Yes.
It was somewhere between here and the hub where it goes to, and then it's fed back out, of course.
Yes.
Somewhere along the line that there were leaves on the line somewhere, but we were all connected, and as far as we were concerned, we were going out to the good and the bad everywhere.
We were. There's no bad in Essex.
No.
That's flailed away backward of square on the offside. It was aerial for a long time, but a long way from any nearest fielder.
When I said it, I realised it should be the great and the good, shouldn't
yes.
it? I knew there was a little saying in there somewhere.
So 4 more runs go on to the score, taking it up to something which we can't see because it's gone off the scoreboard. 76 without loss. As Allison moves in again, round the wicket, bowls, played pleasantly into the covers, this time just a single picked up, as Aaron Beard moves in from the boundary to field it. It's the end of the over.
Yeah, I don't think the board had caught up. I think that went from 76 to 80, and I think it's now 81. Yeah, it's just,
right,
just,
now
just
81.
changed.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a 10 from that particular over. Could be a run fest here.
Well, yes. Thanks, Alex, for saying how much he's enjoying the coverage. Well, thank you very much for listening.
Yes, thanks everybody. You know, as I say, apologies if there were 1 or 2 technical difficulties. I know from my own experience. I had that at home. Of course, Notts weren't playing on Tuesday. I was trying to get all the games and keep up to speed with them as this is pushed into the offside. And occasionally there were 1 or 2 that weren't coming through loud and clear. No runs there. 81 without loss. Slater 32 from 44 balls faced. Ben Martindale 43 from 41. And of course there is a link, Dickie, to that 1985 final. Derek Randall in the final over. Out there in front of our very eyes as Slater will cut this away, and just expecting somebody to appear at third down below as he does, and they'll settle for 2. And no real reason why you should remember this. We all remember Derek Randall was on strike, Pringle was bowling to him. At the non-striker's end, Duncan Martindale.
Oh right, yes.
Ben's dad.
Huh.
Ben's dad was the non-striker's end there in that dramatic conclusion. Played for Notts for several seasons, mid to late 80s. 83 without loss. And your boy's going well today, Duncan, if you're with us. But Slater's on strike now as Bo Webster bowls. A gentle push into the covers. Andy Easom, I've just been having a look at Snug. It seems to be very inviting and picturesque.
So it should be with a name like that.
Snug Falls, their main feature attraction. I presume that is a waterfalls, Andy. The Snug Falls.
Yeah, thank you for that very much.
Their main attraction in Tasmania. Bo Webster bowls, cut away. There's going to be more runs here. Nice shot. There might be enough juice on this one to go all the way for 4. There will. Slater cutting that away for another boundary. Chris Simpson says, how time flies, Dave. It doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago since we last heard Dickie and his dulcet tones at Trent Bridge back in May. Best regards. Thanks to Chris Simpson.
Right, thank you. Yep, had a great few days. Very eventful, but I think I related the events up there. I certainly won't repeat them, but I won't forget those days.
Next ball on its way, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. You certainly, I think, as far as I'm aware, the first visiting commentator has sort of thrown yourself open to the good people of Nottingham and surrounds by saying, right, where shall I go tonight, folks? Send me your ideas. Right. And they sent you all sorts of places where you went and had a look.
Well, some of them, if I'd taken up all the suggestions, I wouldn't have been capable of coming back the following day.
Bo Webster bowls. Slater helps it on to the onside. Notts are 88 without loss. And we started on time at 11 o'clock. And at that stage, you think, crikey, it's a long old day ahead of us. Well, we're already through the first hour, Dickie. We've had 15 overs, and we're just about getting to midday. Notts 88 without loss. There have been opportunities for Essex. There was very nearly a run out in the first over when Martindale slipped over, and then on 8 he edged one that Buttleman, the keeper, dived and got a hand to it. On 21, Slater cut one to backward point. Aaron Beard couldn't quite hang on, but either side of that, there's been lots and lots of boundaries, and we're going to get the skipper having a rare bowl.
You're right, it is a rare bowl. It doesn't often. Well, he's usually, it would be an exaggeration to say he's embarrassed with a wealth of riches as regards the spin department, but obviously in other versions of the game, Simon Harmer is very much the lead spinner, and Matt Critchley giving him very good support as Wesley moves in and bowls, and that's played out in the offside for a single. And the score moves on to 89 for no wicket. And I'm joined by my colleague of about 27 or 8 years, Paul Newton.
Well, it was older than that.
Well, yes, 27 or 8 years of commentary. I think we did a few reports, maybe the preceding season. Oh yes, I know you've been around. I mean, I'm the new boy, having only done 27 or 8 years. You've been commentating for BBC Essex for, well, since the station began, I believe, as Wesley moves in, right arm round the wicket, and that's just played out in the offside. Yes, I'm still wet behind the ears in comparison.
Yes, it's lovely to be referred to as 27 or 28 again. Full of nostalgia here.
Yes, indeed. Even nostalgia's not what it used to be, of course.
There's a lot of truth in that.
Yes, it went off a bit of everything, but there's no signal from the umpire, so presumably the everything included a bat or glove, and it has picked up a single down to fine leg.
We're probably not allowed to call it nostalgia anymore.
No, probably not. As and that's an excellent delivery which beat the outside edge, and Butterman whipped the bails off, but the batsman hadn't left the crease. Yeah, the conventional off spinner is Wesley, bowling to left-handers, of course, moving the ball away from the bat, moves in now and bowls, and it's just played out into the offside. No addition to the score. Yeah, I won't go on too much about, we're talking nostalgia, about remembering with great pleasure my few days up in Nottinghamshire. But I remember on the Saturday, one of the hostelries I was recommended was the Trent Bridge Inn or Hotel in the West Bridgeford. So I went down there after play, and it coincided with when Nottingham Forest had a vital game against Arsenal, and it was on television, and so I could hardly get to the bar for my half of shandy, and it was buzzing. And I remember Nottingham Forest went on to win that game, which, if memory serves me right, assured them that they were going to be playing in the Premiership League next year, which is very soon upon us, isn't it? You would know better than I. I'm not really a football man.
Yeah, the EFL Championship and Divisions 1 and 2 start Saturday.
Oh, do they?
As this first ball of a new over, Bo Webster now bowling off-break style.
He is bowling off-break, yes. You see, it says on a website he bowls off-breaks. It didn't mention that he also bowls seam up.
Bowls again, and this ball's played back past the diving bowler and down to long off. They get a single, and the score to 93 for no wicket.
Presumably that, coupled with the fact that Wesley came on, Essex and Wesley in particular clearly feels that the seamers aren't getting much out of it, and it's possibly more a spin bowler's track.
Absolutely right, as Webster's in, bowls, and a good bit of fielding to his own bowling by the Australian. Plenty of experience in the various Big Bash style leagues in Australia, and obviously versatile cricketer. Haven't seen him bat, but he bowled tidily up at Sedberg the other day, got 3 wickets. Essex would like someone to take 1 wicket here, as that's played down to long on for a single, and score moves along to 93 for no wicket, with Slater on 42, Martindale on 45. Yes, the quicker bowlers, despite there being some help for them, haven't been able to get a breakthrough, as this next one's played through the offside for a single to Slater, and scored to 94 for no wicket, and Slater to 43. So I think it's a good move by Tom Wesley, as you've just implied, to bring both himself on and persuade Bo Webster, try your other style.
Yes.
As he jogs up and bowls, that ball's belted down to long off for a single, 95 for no wicket. Martindale, who's impressed, he played some lovely shots, as have both the Nottinghamshire openers, but Martindale's particularly taken my eye. Moves along to 47, Slater has 44, it's 97 for no wicket in fact.
I wonder if it was difficult to persuade him. I know if I were a bowler capable of bowling off spin and bowling seam up, and I was given the option, I think I'd go for the 4 pace approach rather than the 14 pace approach. Sounds rather easier work. Thank you to, well, from the email address, it doesn't really give a clue as to the first name, N. Price, and that's played out backward of square on the offside. Enjoying the live stream, sitting around the pool in a sunny Fuerteventura. Thank you very much. He'll be back in time to watch Essex play Yorkshire. Hot footing it to Gatwick. All right, yes. That's just played out into the cover, not the covers, mid-wicket area, no addition to the score.
Yeah, we've got a rack of emails according to my list here, but maybe you've already covered some of them.
Well, that last one was the most, I'm taking them chronologically, and that's just played backward of square on the onside. They go through for 2 comfortable runs, taking Martindale onto the brink of a half century. He's on 49 out of the visitors' 99 for no wicket. So, and by virtue of his scoring 2 runs, obviously 1 run will bring up both little milestones. Well, not that little really, that's just played out in the offside, no addition to the score. Yeah, I won't give his whole of his email address, but it starts off N Price was the last one that I read. And that's just played out on the onside.
So I will take up in a moment or two at the end of this over.
Oh, and I've also, sorry, I mentioned the one that I said the Allisons were came from Brentwood rather than Colchester. That's just short of a length, played out down to long off where Ben Allison fields, and it does bring up both the 50 for Martindale and the 100 for the visitors without loss. So yeah, a very good start from the North Midlanders, and the end of the over, and Nottinghamshire 100 without loss.
Yep, been a couple of chances put down, and one or two that went through where a conventional first slip would have been, but no breakthrough for Essex. Great start for Notts, put into about 100 for no wicket. Email from Grant Meadows, get through it during this over, but we already see Bo Webster in again in his off-break style, and this ball is played to wide extra cover. They'll come back for very comfortable 2 runs and score to 102 for no wicket. Martindale up to 52, and Webster in and bowls, and this ball's played down to short, fine leg. Josh Rymel, no run. Yeah, Grant says, would love to hear your thoughts on the signing for next season for Essex of Jordan Cox, erstwhile of Kent. Presumably he is a red and white ball batting replacement for Dan Lawrence, as the next ball is lofted away. It almost reaches long on, but wisely Porter settles for making sure he stops it on the first bounce, and score to 103 for no wicket. Martindale to 53. And he concludes, but I guess he could also provide some good competition for the wicket-keeping spot. This next ball played to mid-on. He is a very fine cricketer, Jordan Cox, and I think you're probably right that he is seen as a replacement for Dan Lawrence. Webster's in again. Hayes close end bowls, and this ball's played through the covers for a single. Slater will move on to 45, the score to 104 for no wicket. And sitting in front of us are the Nottinghamshire players, so if you hear some loud shouts of approval when there's a boundary, that's who is understandably approving of it. It'd be interesting to see if there's the same approval when Essex hit a boundary or two.
Well, they won't be there then.
No, that's true. It's played to long on for a single to end the over. Martindale will move to 54, and the score at the end of that over, not a bad over, but not one that remotely threatened to take a wicket. 5 singles from it and 4 singles from it, sorry. 105 for no wicket after 19 overs, and this is a very good start indeed for Nottinghamshire.
Yes, well, I can't really add as regards Jordan Cox. I mean, I'm very pleased to see him coming to Essex. I can't really add to either what Paul said or you know, or what Grant said. The answer's in the question almost, yes. And apart from that, we don't know. But yeah, I think from the other point of view, Tom Wesley moves in down, bowls round the wicket. That's played pleasantly out to long on, where it's fielded down in front of us by Noah Thane. And yeah, from the Kent point of view, you can't help but, well, sorry, come back in a moment. And that's just played out in the offside. I am a charitable sort of person, and I can't help but feel sorry for Kent, Essex's neighbours over the Thames, because they're losing players. You know, as soon as a player shows some consistent ability, he's off to another side. And a loud appeal for LBW, and he's got him. He's got him. It came from nowhere, really. It was an attempted reverse sweep, and Martindale is out for 56, I think it was. They take it off the board very quickly, 55, and Nottinghamshire 107 for 1.
Yes, I was a little bit surprised to see the finger go up there. Not sure mine would have done, but anyway, you take what you can get in this life, and I do think it's a very good idea for Wesley to bowl himself, as both Dick and myself were saying. As soon as he came on, the quicker bowlers have had no joy whatsoever, even though there's been a bit of help for them. And so that is a wicket for Tom Wesley, a good one. Martindale, fine half-century there, I must say. Out for 55, LBW Wesley. As Lyndon James, who's been scoring good runs of late, is moving out into the middle. First drop, 107 for 1. Jonathan Trigg saying he's enjoying the season of cricket in all its forms, not least your splendid commentary. 2 questions he wanted to ask. One, why are bowlers' slower balls referred to by commentators as change-ups? Surely, if anything, they should be change-downs. Yes, it reminds me of this government policy of trying to help the north. They call it levelling up. So they build the HS2 and stop in the Midlands. So that would be a case where I would say it ought to be called levelling down. Your second question, why are bouncers over a batsman's head called no ball, if, as I assume, the issue is that the batsman cannot reach it? Should it be a wide? Many thanks in advance. Confused in Liverpool, he says. Yeah, that's a fair point, and sometimes they are in fact given as wides.
Yes, I'm totally confused, but as I've said a few times, that the longer I watch this game and commentate on it, the less I understand it. As Wesley moves in right, I'm over now to first right-handed batsman we've seen, Lyndon James, who goes on the back foot and plays it out quietly and correctly into the covers. 1 run, a cruise.
Yes, there do seem to me to be more left-handers these days than there used to be. I may be wrong, but I mean, Essex opened the championship with 2 left-handers. Notts here, all left-hand opening partnership.
Yes, true. That's just played forward of square on the offside.
And I can't name you the actual sides, but I can remember at least 2 or 3 other teams Essex have played this season in one form or another that have sported all left-hand opening partnerships.
Yes. And that's worked well on the onside. Well, off-spinners love bowling to left-handers, of course, because the ball's moving away from the bat. I mean, Harmer likes nothing more. Well, cricket-wise, there might have plenty of things he likes more, but cricket-wise, there's nothing he likes more than bowling to left-handers. Just something I've remembered about Jordan Cox before we go off the subject. He does already have an Essex connection, in as much as he was one of the many fine young cricketers educated at Felsted, just only a few miles north-west here of Chelmsford.
Absolutely right. It's a lovely cricket school, Felsted. Well worth a visit. You know, it's to see it on a sunny day. It's a great sight. And of course, Derek Pringle, Nick Knight, John Stevenson are all Felstedians, as is the man wicket-keeping here, Will Buttleman. So 108 for 1.
And Jason Gallion is the cricket coach, guru at Felsted.
Splendid fellow, Jason. It's Bo Webster with his off breaks is in again, gives us plenty of air. Single down to long on, 109 for 1. Lyndon James moves up to 2. We hear from the Grumbler, who says, hi there, hope all's well. I noticed the prices for this game were £22 adults, £11 for students, young adults, and juniors, £5. Break in as Webster bowls, and Slater back to the bowler, no run. He said, while the crowd is good today, brackets I'll be along later, is this sustainable or worth it, given youngsters on show and the £10 or £5 tickets available for the tournament that shall not be named thanks to a heavy subsidy? As another dot ball is played to mid-on. Yes, Dave was making the point that although it is a very good crowd here, I must say, not too many youngsters in evidence, as that ball just beats the dive of Nijar at mid-on, goes out to long on, the skipper, and 110 for 1. It's interesting to contrast the captaincy styles of Tenduscarter, frequently under the helmet at back pad, and Tom Wesley, frequently out on the long on or long off boundary. As this next ball is shovelled into the offside by James, moves up to 3 with a single, and there are 46 to Slater, and it is 111 for 1, and that's a lot of ones.
It is.
Webster to Slater. Slater drives in the air, just out of the reach of Robin Dasser, backward point, and down to the man patrolling the cover boundary. And that is Aaron Beard, who I'm pleased to see is back on the field. He put a catch down at backward point earlier in proceedings and immediately signalled that he needed some treatment. Obviously it snagged a finger, I think, but good to see that he's back out there. And I must say his fielding in the game at Sedberg the other day was absolutely outstanding. 112 for 1 at the end of that over. Yes, I don't know if you had anything to say on the Grumblers email.
Well, I did if you'd given me time, but
which I am doing.
Yes, as Wesley is about to bowl the first delivery. Yeah, I think the prices, I'll come back to that if I can during the course of this over. That's just played out to mid-on or long on, and they go through for a single as Noah Thane fields. Yeah, I mean, they don't, when they fix the prices, they don't know what sort of side Essex are going to put out for that particular game, and presumably all the home games have to be priced the same. You can't price some highly and some less so, and that's just worked away to mid-on, where it's fielded by a tumbling fielder.
Robin Dass?
Robin Dass, yes, I couldn't see the number on the back. And this time, batsman comes down the wicket, gets the pitch, the ball, plays it out to long on, where it's fielded by Ben Allison. So I know it's easy for us, or rather for me, Paul hasn't said this, but it's easy for me to say this when I'm sitting up here, having shown my pass to get in and not paid, but they have to balance the books, don't they? The world is run by accountants, nobody else. That's short of the legs, carved away into the offside. And added applause in front of us. Greek's Slater's 50 now of 67 deliveries. And the visitors move on to 115 for 1 as Wesley moves in and bowls, and that's just played out into the covers by Lyndon James. So, yeah, and well, I mean, it's still a good crowd, though. I mean, we maybe they didn't realise what they were going to have to pay when they a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end, but the batsman was always in, I think, anyway. But played out onto that side. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if they how widely. Well, obviously the prices are well advertised in advance, and many of them buy their tickets online. But it doesn't seem to have deterred the crowd, because it's very good, and in all honesty, far more here than I expected. And you always judge a crowd, I suppose, at any cricket ground, whether it be Essex, Nottinghamshire, by those in the non-members enclosure, because the members have always all paid up front anyway, so they're trying to get value for money. So no, it's very, very well supported, this.
It really is, as Webster's in from the Hayes close end bowls and fielded at extra cover by Noah Thane. There is no run, 117 for 1. Long email from Adrian Bird. Now, Adrian, I'm afraid we don't probably quite have time with 2 spinners on to go right through your email, but I've read it, and this is the thrust of it as the ball is played out to deep square leg for a single by Slater. Moves up to 52, 118 for 1. We're in the 23rd over. And your point is, you point out that England have been fined 19 of the 28 points earned during the Ashes series in terms of the world rankings, and they've been fined as well 40% of that for slow over rates. This is played to mid-wicket, so that's why they've lost 19 of the 28 points slow over rates. You make a very good point that the ICC are desperate to get India into the final of these tournaments, and of course they have slow bowlers, so they're never going to be fined for slow over rates, as this is played to mid-wicket, but they can scoot through for a single as Thane fields. Takes the score to 119 for 1, and James up to 6. And you point out that while I too get frustrated about the constant glove changing, etc., the many hold-ups in play. But you think the size of the punishment is punitive, unprecedented and utterly disproportionate. Well, I have to agree with you there. The single onto the board there takes the score up to 120 for 1, with 53 to Slater and 6 to James. That one went to deep backward points, as Webster, bowling his off breaks, is in from the Hayes close end bowls to Linda James, who plays it and nicely takes the pace off the ball, which facilitates the single to mid-wicket. Fane again fields, 121 for 1, and James up to 7. But I always feel on this subject of slow over rates, the quality of the entertainment during the Ashes series was without doubt absolutely outstanding. I'm afraid I can't get excited about whether a side have bowled 80 overs or 88 in a day. I've never seen a much better series than that. And equally, you could have 120 overs in a day and be bored stiff.
Well, yes, that's all very obviously true, but nevertheless, I still think that slow over rates are the blight on professional cricket in all its forms, really. And I think there do have to be penalties for it, because the public have a right, they're paying good money to come watch these games, and you can't legislate over the quality of the cricket, but you can legislate over how much of it they're going to have the opportunity to watch. So yeah, whether or not England's particular fine and deduction is valid, you can argue till the metaphorical cows come home, but in principle I think they ought to be severe, because it's a blight on the game, to my mind. And it's Aaron Nijar bowling from the river end, the end from which we commentate. Just bowled a dot ball there.
A single,
of course it was. It was out to Wesley at long on, thank you. Also had an email from Alex, and but yeah, I mean, I don't come back to that. Slow bowlers not much opportunity to. That's swung away. That's for 6. It's a long boundary over there. The wicket is pitched more or less equidistant, but slightly more towards the pavilion here at Chelmsford. And although they're famously or notoriously short boundaries at each end, they're as good as you can get anywhere at side to side. So that was a big hit for 6 then. But that's played just for a single out in the onside. But I don't sort of, life is too short as far as I'm concerned. Maybe most people's short lives are longer, but my life's too short to get too involved in conspiracy theories of any sort, really. As Nijar moves in, bowls, and that's worked away for another single. And from the Essex point of view, runs coming somewhat alarmingly easily at the moment.
As they have been from the word go.
As they have been from the word go.
Yes, I don't agree with you about slow over rates, a blight on the game. It depends on the overall quality of the play. I love the Great West Indian 4 quicks attack of the 1980s. And
that's worked well on the onside. But conversely, in former times, the Australians, Millwall, Miller and Lindwall and the likes, they got through at 20 overs an hour with no problem at all. And it's all these seemingly unnecessary breaks and hold-ups.
Well, I agree with that. That's where they really could make up time.
Just worked away on the offside. And there's another thing, this perpetual business of moaning about the shape of the ball, that really gets my goat, I think is the phrase. And I don't. I'm a simple man, I think in simple ways. I've never been able to understand, nor have I ever found anybody who can explain it to me. Bowlers will go through all sorts of measures, both legal and sometimes dubious, to get the ball to move either in the air or off the wicket. I would have thought if it's not completely round and behaving more a la rugby ball, obviously I exaggerate to make the point, then that's to the bowler's advantage if it's not a complete sphere. I don't follow, and all this obsession with let's change the ball, and I find it irritating.
So 132 for 1 in 24 overs, with 61 to the admirable Slater and 10 to Lyndon James, who's very sensibly been playing himself in. Tom Wesley is now switching to the Hayes close end and comes over the wicket with his off breaks to James, gives it plenty of air. No run off this ball as it's played out to Bo Webster at short mid wicket, and score 132 for 1.
Alex asks, have you decided what you're going to spend your lunch tokens on yet? Well,
as the next ball is played to deep mid wicket this time, an easy single, 133 for 1 and 11 to James.
Personally, no, I haven't. It's bound to be a choice of curry or pie and chips.
Yeah, curry for me, actually, please, Alex. And Wesley going to switch round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. So Martindale, the only man to go so far. LBW to Wesley for 55 after an opening partnership of 107. And Wesley's in bowls, and this ball's played to long on, and they can amble a single, 134 for 1.
Horse racing is one of your other interests. Isn't a Martindale a piece of equine?
Yes, it's a bit.
A bit, I thought it was.
Yeah, horse's mouth. Wesley to James. St James works it for probably 2 runs here if they get the skates on, which they just did. Jamal Richards is on, substituting for I know not whom, and they get 2, well run, and score goes up to 136 for 1, and James to 13.
Well, that's good timing, because just as I was looking at the next email, it's from Caroline, who I think is one of your...
Indeed, a great point-to-point expert, as this ball is played back to the bowler, and there is no run. Wesley bowling to James. I'll come to your email in a moment. So it concerns the man I just mentioned, actually, Jamal Richards. Wesley bowled a quicker, flatter delivery, but the result is the same. It goes out to deep mid-wicket, and they take a single, and the score to 137 for 1 in the what we might call the halfway over, which has just finished. 25 overs gone. They're going to have a little bit of a mini break here, and in 25 overs, Knott's put into bat. 135 for 1 with 62 to Slater and 13 to James.
So a good opportunity. You were going to read
oh yes,
Caroline.
Caroline says, good morning Dick, Paul and Dave. Not a great start for Essex. Hopefully things will change soon. Is there any reason why Jamal Richards is not playing? He did well last season, so it seems strange he hasn't been selected for this match. Many thanks as always for the excellent and entertaining commentary. Always great to hear from you, Caroline. No, I don't know what the reason is, but I totally share your enthusiasm for Jamal, who was superb last season, and at one stage, batting at number 10, was averaging over 100. And he bowls well as well, and I'm baffled why he isn't in the team. And he didn't play up at Sedberg. He clearly doesn't have an injury because he's 12th man here. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I will attempt to find out. But 137 for 1 is the score at halfway for Nottinghamshire.
Maybe it's a rotation basis.
Yeah, it could be.
Russell, thank you very much, Russell. Yes, I remember actually you emailed when I was up at Trent Bridge back in May or April or May. He described himself as ex-Carlton, now of Doncaster, and yeah, he admits to being one of those who attempted to lead me astray. Oh, you failed. Most people do nowadays. There was a time when anybody who wanted to lead me astray was warmly welcome, and I'd follow any such invitation. But with age, one either gets more sensible or more boring, depending on which way you look at it. And yeah, thank you very much for all your comments and your praise. Really appreciate it. And as we do appreciate your email
We've heard
all of those.
We've heard from Jeff Leonard, who's a Gloucestershire supporter, who eavesdrops on our commentary. A splendid man who's written the most magnificent book on the music for Bond films. And Jeff says, missing 8 minutes of commentary is nothing. Several years ago, somebody at BBC Radio Bristol overlooked the usual choice of listening junction at 2 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon when the cricket went out on medium wave and the music programme was on FM. Consequently, the cricket commentators broadcast to nobody for the entire afternoon. Breaking as here is Nijar beginning the second half of the 50 overs, and the first ball is played by James out to deep extra for a single, 138 for one, and Jeff continues, completely unaware of the fact, while Gloucestershire fans waited patiently but in vain for the music to finish. The phone at the studio wasn't manned, and this was before email contact was an option. Thanks very much, Jeff. Always great to hear from you as another single comes onto the board, despite a diving stop at short mid-wicket by the ever-enthusiastic Robin Dass. They get the single, 139 for one, and Slater to 63.
As soon as Dave's done his update for BBC Radio Nottinghamshire, or Nottingham rather, I'll make way for him.
Next delivery, out to deep cover. Again a single, and they're just working the singles excellently, the two Nottinghamshire batsmen. 140 for one in the 26th over, and an all-spin attack for the last dozen overs or so, with Nijar in his second over. It's proved expensive so far. He's gone for 14 already in an over and a half. And here there'll be yet another single, this time to Slater, 64 to him, 141 for one, bringing in Charlie Allison into the picture as he fields near the cover boundary.
Yes, David, well, I'll leave Paul to read it out in detail, but David suspects that change up is borrowed from baseball. Surprise, surprise.
For once a dot ball, Nijar scrambles to field himself to save Noah Thane, closing in from mid-on. Still 141 for one. One ball left of this 26th over. And this is cracked off the back foot, but it's hit far too hard for there to be anything more than the single, as it's straight to the man on the cover boundary, despite the fact it's a long boundary away to our left. And the over ends, the 26th of the innings, with Nottinghamshire put into bat, 142 for one, with 64 to Slater and 17 to the man who played that shot, Lyndon James.
Yes, I'm going to make way very soon, so perhaps, Paul, you could give more time to David's email, because
will do.
It's quite interesting. Well, no, it's more than quite interesting. What am I?
Damned with faint praise.
Stephen Fry.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I found that quite interesting.
I'll make way now.
Right, Wesley is in. Begins the 27th over. Single to deep mid-wicket, 143 for one. James moves along to 18. Yes, David says, thanks for the excellent commentary. A listener asked earlier why a bowler's slower ball is referred to as a change-up. I suspect this has been borrowed from baseball. I watched a lot of baseball when I lived in the US, and the expression always confused me, but here is a good explanation I found online. Wesley's in, bowls, and this ball's heaved away down to deep backward square leg by Slater. Single, 65 to him, 143 for one. Just finishing his email, he says it is called a change-up pitch because of the lower velocity of the ball. In the early 1900s, the pitch was commonly referred to as a slow ball. I break in as Wesley over the wicket to the right-handed James bowls, and he's hit this in the air. One bounce to long on, single, 144 for one, and 18 now to James. Just finishing the email, is slow ball because of noticeable changes in speeds. Later people would say the pitcher was changing up speeds, which was eventually shortened to change up. Thanks very much for that, Dave, as this ball is played to extra cover. Nice bit of fielding there on the tumble, but can't prevent the run being taken, and that means the score is 145 for one, with Slater 65, James on 19. It's James who faces the next ball, gets a single to long on, 146 for one, James to 20. Dave Bracegirdle rejoins us, and Dave, not ticking over very nicely here.
Yep, very much so. Yep, they're on course for 300, which is always a very decent score in this format. Must admit, I agree with your correspondent. It's not one I ever use, a change up.
Nor me, yes. Wesley's in and bowls, and clasped his hands to his head because I think he felt if Slater had missed that as he played across the line, he'd have had a really good shout for LBW, but he doesn't miss it and plays it nicely to backward square leg for his 66th run in a score of 146 for 1.
Number of correspondents getting in touch to say that obviously with the live stream they've had the chance to have a little look and another look and another look, and saying Ben Martindale appeared to have gloved the one that he was giving out LBW, so he might just consider himself a little bit unlucky. But a maiden half century for Ben, shown everybody what he can do on this stage, and I'm sure he'll have a very, very productive competition. Here's Aaron Nijar into Ben Slater, and Slater tucks this away on the leg side. 149 for 1, I think. That score, or that single, takes the score to the board away to our right. It's always a little tardy. Currently showing 145, but I think it's 149 as Nijar comes in now to Lyndon James, cuts this away on the offside for another single, and I think that's the 150 brought up, and Lyndon James to 21, Ben Slater 68, and in the 28th over Notts have 150, so they are on course for 300, which is always a challenge for the side batting second. Slater on strike, and that's a decent stop at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ringing his hands there is Robin Das. It was a good stop, diving down to his right. Nijar on his third over has already gone for 18 runs. Bowls to Slater, just helps this off his hip, but there's no chance of stealing a single there.
Yes, thank you to Cole, who points out the error of my ways. There are many, but we'll come to this one in just a moment.
Nijar bowls, Slater drills it back at him, no run.
Yeah, Dick was asking me if Martindale wasn't also a horse racing name. As Cole points out, it's a martingale in the case of the bit in a horse's mouth.
Nijar, left arm spinner, bowls to Ben Slater, and bowler a little disappointed with himself there. It was hit back to him and somehow burst through his hands, and they take a single, so Slater will keep strike. 151 for 1, Notts.
I think what he was trying to do there, Dave, was to deflect it into the stumps, but he didn't get it right, so he's trying to be too clever.
Slater on 69, Lyndon James on 21. The end of the over.
And John Bush on the same subject. Surely the horse equipment is Martingale, the cricketer is Martindale. You're spot on. One of my many mistakes, and thank you for pointing it out. Try and get it right next time.
Just off mic there, Paul. Ben Martindale just walked past me and said, "Did you glove it?" And he honestly said no. No, just didn't quite get it the reverse right, and straight onto the pad. So one or two people who just had a little look at the live stream felt the camera angle there made it look as if he gloved it from the horse's mouth, literally.
Well, very honest, I must say, as Porter's coming round the wicket back into the attack and ends our diet of spin. Not there's anything wrong with that for the last half hour or so. They get 2 runs here as Slater plays it right out into the far extremities of the ground to wide extra cover, and score to 153 for 1 in 28.1.
Yeah, I thought they played Jamie Porter quite nicely at the start. It's always going to present a problem, keep you nice and honest in the early stages with a new ball, but once they just got over the first 2 or 3 overs from him, they played him quite nicely.
Porter's in, bowls, and played to mid-wicket for no run, and scored to 153 for 1. Is this meant to be your over, Dave? I'm sorry if so. I'm carried away with all the emails.
No, I think I did the spinner, and
you
read,
okay.
you nipped in with the Martindale in the last over.
Thank you. Yes, keep the emails coming. Thanks very much to all of you who've been in touch. Great to hear from you as Porter rushes in from the Hayes close end, around the wicket, bowls to Slater. A lovely shot here. He's pierced the gap, and it's not a very big gap between short extra and deep mid-off. 4 very excellent runs, and he moves along to 75 out of 157 for 1 in the 29th.
You're right, that was a glorious shot, wasn't it? It was always coming on just about the half volley, but the problem then, or the issue then for Slater, was threading that gap through the offside, and he just managed to slot it in there to the left of extra cover, to the right of mid-off.
Porter bowls to Slater. This time there won't be a run at all, as it's fielded on the tumble by Bo Webster in the covers. 157 for 1. Easy to see why you're saying an hour or so ago that Slater averaged 50 and above in this competition, because he doesn't hit the ball in the air too much, which many young players today do. He's very good at finding the gaps and keeping the ball down.
Yeah.
Porter bowls to him, and he's a bit turned round by this one. A moral victory for the bowler, as it just goes 5 yards or so out into the offside, no run.
And of course, you know, there's experience there. Ben Slater and Lyndon James, I mean, they've both been very much part of the red ball side for the last 3 years. I mean, pretty much all of his career, Slater has occupied one of the top 3 berths for Derbyshire before he came to Trent Bridge, and certainly in his time, 5 years now at Nottingham, he's been up there, either batting at 3 or at the top of the order, so lots of experience.
Faces the next delivery, turns it to mid-wicket. There won't be a run there as Nijar fields, and that is the end of the Porter over. Returning to the attack, I said earlier he often bowls a spell straight out, but here he was taken off probably because he was proving rather expensive. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37, and Jamie, who's a perfectionist, won't be pleased at having gone at over 5 and over. It's very rare for him to do so. 157 for 1 in 29 overs.
You know, we talk about the respective sides. 9 of this Nottinghamshire 11 today have played in the Championship this year. There's Nijar bowls, and Lyndon James chops this away to backward point. There'll be at least a couple there, and it's going to take the total to 159 for 1 in the 30th over, whereas Essex, 3 of their top 4, Josh Rymel, Robin Das, Noah Thane, youngsters making their way in the game. A real opportunity here for them to show what they're capable of, but Nottinghamshire with a far more experienced side despite all the players that they're missing. Another single taken by Lyndon James, just moving through the gears nicely, the big tall former Oakham school pupil.
Yeah, Aaron Beard there is the man patrolling the expanses way out in the distance to our left. Very fine fieldsman, even though he did put a catch down earlier.
Nijar bowls, and Slater just happy just to treat this one with a little bit of respect, just playing it gently out onto the onside, no run. Das doing the fielding. Nijar off about 3 paces, and an exact repeat of the previous ball to Slater again. Hits it straight to Das. Earlier we could see 1 or 2 patches of blue sky. They've all gone, I'm afraid. It's pretty much a slate grey sky overhead. Lots of cloud cover building. Nijar bowls down the leg side. That'll be a wide, and called as such by the umpire. Surrey Shanmugam at this end, Ben Peverell at the Hayes close end. Next delivery is just helped away for an easy single by Ben Slater. So this is good batting, rotating the strike, taking what's on offer, punishing the bad balls, but keeping the board ticking along nicely, and the platform is there for should be a challenging total. Nijar round the wicket to Lyndon James, and just drops this nicely on the leg side. They should be able to come back for 2. And this has been an over where they've just manipulated the strike, really, rotated it, kept the board moving, and taken what's on offer. Very nicely done. 164 for one. Is that right? I think it is. 164 for one. And that's after 30 overs. They always used to talk about doubling the total, didn't they, from 30 overs. I'm not sure whether that still applies or not, but if they can double that and get up to 328, then will be a real challenge for Essex in the second part of the day.
Well, it's only a guideline, but I think it's a good one. There's many times it's worked out to be pretty accurate. Obviously, what does change things, as you've implied, you know, 1 wicket down at this stage. If Essex suddenly got amongst the wickets, well, that is the best way to slow the scoring rate down. But there's no real sign of that so far. These two playing very well indeed, and Porter comes in to start a new over. Hayes close end. Appeal for LBW as he Slater trying to pull the ball over mid-wicket. Probably an ambitious shout, but you can't blame him for appealing there, because he did pull across the line, and Slater survives on 76.
Yes, and I saw a couple of weather forecasts this morning for this region, and they did suggest should be dry, mainly cloudy, but should stay dry, and so far that's proven correct. But if there are any interruptions, Essex will want to get some wickets here, because they could be hurt by DLS just by the fact they've hardly taken any wickets.
Porter bowls, and this ball is lofted high in the air. I think it's going to land safely. It does, despite a run around the boundary by the fielder there. It bounced a good 5 yards before he could get to it, so they get a single, and 76 now to Slater and 26 to James.
It's all a little bit casual there, wasn't it, from Ben Slater? A one-legged pickup, didn't impart maximum velocity on that ball, and just thought, like you, for a moment it might just hang in the air long enough for the fielder to get round.
So James prepares to face Porter, who hasn't got a wicket in this competition yet. 8 overs up at Sedberg 2 days ago, and now he's in his 8th over here, and ball is played to cover. There's no run. We've seen the replay of the LBW shout, and I think a good decision by the umpire. I think it would have very probably beaten leg stump, not by much, but I think it would, and I think height might also have come into the umpire's considerations. So Porter bounding in again, bowls to James, and James has pulled this ball into the leg side, single out to deep square leg, Aaron Beard, and scored to 166 for one in the 31st over, and James moves along to 27.
Still not started at Scarborough, where there should have been a Roses 50 over a side match, Yorkshire Lancashire. A lot of rain in the last few days. I know they were having a 10:30 start this morning, so you can only assume that it wasn't raining, but they haven't got on as yet.
Porter bowls to Slater. Good delivery, keeps a little bit low. Slater returns it whence it came. He remains on 77, and the score at 166 for one.
And the other match, also in this group, is at the Oval, where Surrey 151 for 4 after 27. That's against Leicestershire. Ben Folkes is 59 not out. So they've got Dominic Sibley, Rory Burns, Ben Folkes, Jordan Clark's out as well. So a strong Surrey side.
Porter bowls and appeal for LBW. Again, it's going to be turned down. Could have been a run out, as the batsman had slightly carelessly wandered 5 steps out of his crease, but he recovered just in time as Thane closed on the ball from short mid-wicket. He shied at the stumps and missed, but I think the batsman was back anyway. And at the end of that, the 31st over, Nottinghamshire continue to prosper at 166 for one. Ben Martindale, the only man out. LBW to Wesley for 55 after an opening partnership of 107. But Slater making his merry way through the middle regions between 50 and 100. He's on 77, and Lyndon James on 27.
Aaron Beard coming back into the attack, and Ben Martindale dropped early on this morning. Martindale had only got 8 at the time and flashed at one outside the off stump. It went very, very wide of the keeper. It wouldn't have carried to first slip because it was low down, and Buttleman dived across, just got the very ends of his gloves to it but couldn't hang on. Beard In his first spell, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19.
Yeah, Beard himself put a difficult chance down at backward point subsequently. Had to leave the field after I think he snagged a finger, but he's all right now.
Comes in then to start his second spell, bowling to Lyndon James, who's hit this very hard, but straight out to the boundary rider away to our left and only gets a single. That's a mighty fine shot for just a single. Who's that out there?
Noah Fane. Yeah. He's a well-built lad who, not particularly tall, but well-built and has a strong arm on him, and we should see him perhaps have an over or two and see what he can do with the bat.
Those of you watching the live stream will note that Aaron Beard wearing, is it an Alice band they call it?
Yep.
Keep his floppy hair out of his eyes. He's going to go round the wicket to bowl to Slater, who's on 77. Textbook Slater. Moves on to 78, just muscling this away on the leg side again out to Noah Fane. There'll only be a single. And Notts moving on quite nicely here through the 160s up to 168 for 1.
Yeah, I think it was against Notts in a championship match a few years ago that Beard had one of his best performances and took 4 wickets quite quickly, but he'd like to get 1 for a start here.
There's squad number 14, comes in to bowl to Lyndon James, who'll just open the face, chop it down to third for a single. Webster doing the fielding. Is that Webster?
No, it's Ben Allison actually.
Not a tall, rangy figure.
Webster's sort of about to become mid-wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, 169 for 1. Seba Mead on the cards to come in at 4. They're not skipper. Normally you find him at the top of the order, of course, in red ball cricket. Beard bowls. Slater will move to 79 with another pushed single into the offside.
It's a pretty good pitch, I think, for this type of game. You want it, I think, if anything, to be slightly more in favour of the batsman than the bowler, but not hopelessly so. And that ball was doing quite a bit, actually, in the first half hour. But Essex just weren't able to capitalise on it. But the ball's coming onto the bat nicely.
Lyndon James on 29 on the strike. Tall right-hander just again chops it down to third man for a single. On 71 for 1. Notts here on BBC.
Nice shot,
Radio
that.
Essex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Yeah, just using all the pace that Beard's putting on the ball just to chop it away for an easy single. Not really been bogged down at all. There were back-to-back maidens in the first power play, but even so, 4 leg byes came during those back-to-back maidens. 1 from Beard, 1 from Porter. It's Beard again, bowls and chipped up in the air, and Slater goes to the tamest of catches at mid-on. Whether that stopped on him or not, whether he changed his mind, I'm not sure, but that's a fine innings that's come to a premature and very tame end. Ben Slater just chipping it gently to mid-on, and he has to go for 79, and Notts a 171 for 2.
As you say, a very anticlimactic end to an otherwise excellently professional knock from Ben Slater. And whether the ball did stop on him, I don't know, but as you say, he just lobbed it tamely up in the air. Josh Rymel didn't really make the ground he should have done towards it initially, but in the end he had to tumble forward to take it. But handsome is as handsome does. He caught it, and from an Essex point of view, that's all that matters, and certainly it did matter because Slater had played a fine knock there. 171 for 2 in the 32nd over. We've had an email from David Phipps who says, my parents working in Africa when returning to the UK on leave used to rent property for the 3 months of their leave. In 1954 they rented a house in Leytonstone owned by Roy Ralph, who played for Essex from 1953 to 1961. I believe he passed away in 2015, 2 months prior to his 95th birthday. Can either of the Essex commentators throw any light on his life after his time with Essex? I can't really, David, but I can tell you that he was in the first Essex side that I saw in 1958. First game I saw was actually against Nottinghamshire at the Garrison ground in Colchester when the Castle Park was flooded. Dickie Dodds and Gordon Barker opened the innings, and such Essex greats as Trevor Bailey and Doug Insole were in the Essex side. I think Roy Ralph played in that game, but I saw him play many games after that. I think he only made his debut for Essex at the age of 33 and was a very useful medium-pace bowler who, although batting at number 9, was usually good for a few runs as well. Quite a well-built man, pretty strong. Porter begins a new over from the Hayes close end. Bowls to James, who's played it down to third man for a single. 31 to James, 171 for 2 on the board, and it is indeed Hasib Hamid who will now take strike for the first time.
Yeah, captain of Notts, of course. He's done okay in the county championship this year, but it'll be a source of frustration that he hasn't had a century yet. Top score of 97. Did have 100 in this year's in this competition last year, and also a 99 not out as well at Leicester.
Porter will bowl to him. Turns it away, gets off the mark straight away, just working the ball off the hip. Long leg comes in off the boundary. Thane throws. It's a good throw, but it's also good running. And Hamid is back for 2, 174 for 2. James 31, Hamid underway with a brace.
It's his 31st one-day match for Hasib Hamid. His 53rd for rather his 12th for Notts. He averages nearly 53. That century was at Grantham, 114 against Middlesex, having scored 103 against Warwickshire last year on debut, his first appearance in List A cricket.
Porter to Hamid, elegant shot but straight to extra cover, and that is Aaron Nijar, and no chance of a run. 174 for 2, 33rd over in progress. In a few minutes, in fact 2 or 3 minutes, we'll bring back Dick Davis to join Dave Bracegirdle, commentary for listeners to BBC Essex and BBC Radio Nottingham. Porter from the Hayes close end. Bowls to Hamid. Ooh, and Hamid plays at this rather airy-fairy shot and drove at thin air in the end. He backed away into the leg side to open up the possibility of playing it through the cover region, but missed. 174 for 2 remains the score.
Yeah, been going for a couple of hours now, so Essex going along at a very respectable over 8. This is the 33rd over.
Bowled by Jamie Porter, and this one is again beats the bat there as Hamid looked to run it down to third man and missed, and 174 for 2. And what we see here, Dave, really is that the previous partnership had looked as safe as houses, as had the first, but this one, you bring a new batsman in, and suddenly taking wickets does slow the scoring rate down.
Yeah, Hasib Hamid having to start against Jamie Porter.
Who comes in now, bowls to Hamid. Turns this one away off the hip to backward square leg. They can take the easiest of singles as Beard fields, and that is the end of a decent over that from Jamie Porter. 175 for 2, Hamid 3, James 31, and in the course of this over I will make way for Dick Davis.
Yeah, 6 different bowlers have been used. Jamie Porter's only got 1 left now, 9 overs. None for 43. Aaron Beard has had 5. He's 1 for 24, about to begin his 6th. Ben Allison 2 overs. Bo Webster 6. Charlie Allison 1 over, and Tom Westley 6 overs. In fact, 7 overs. We've not got Aaron Nijar on there, have we? Nijar 4 overs, none for 26. So 7 different bowlers have indeed been employed this morning. Here is Aaron Beard. Comes in now and bowls, and Hasib Hamid punches this through the offside. Should be cut off by Noah Fane, it is. And they settle for a couple of runs. Martindale out in the 20th over. Ben Slater out, final ball of the 32nd. to 5. Lyndon James has 31 at the non-strikers end. Is Beard in, and he's chopped him on. Another wicket for Aaron Beard. Short stay at the crease for Asiba Mead. He's played on there, looking to chop it away on the offside. Bottom edge down onto his off stump, and Asiba Mead will go. We'll say on the scoreboard, bowled by Aaron Beard, but Beard a little fortunate there in that it was chopped onto his stumps, and not so 177 for 3 as Dickie comes back to sit alongside me as I'll have to go and update the listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham. 177 for 3. It was a very brief stay in the middle for Asiba Mead. A little bit of joy, Dickie, for Essex over the last couple of overs from Beard.
Well, yes, it was late coming because it was well overdue from the Essex point of view, certainly, but maybe all the more welcome. So 177 for 3. And so, yeah, a couple of wickets to go in, well, not much more than an over. Well, the fact that Beard got them both, obviously there was one intervening over. So Matthew Montgomery has made his way almost to the crease. He gets there now, takes his guard from the umpire. The umpires are I'm just trying to work out who's who. Ben Peverell, I think, is at this end, and as Beard moves in, bowls, and very well fielded, a backward point. Superb bit of fielding there by field turn round. I'll be able to identify him for you. 47, Robin Das. Anybody thinking, well, you say 1 minute you've been commentating for 27 years on Essex, and then you have trouble identifying the players. Well, I think in common with most counties, if not all around the country, they're trying a lot of new players. Oh, well, that's outside the off stump, and a little bit of a flirt out there, but goes through to the keeper. Yeah, I think it's Ben Peverell this end, and the other end, I should have taken a run up for this one. Surendiran Shanmugam, who is a new addition to the umpires list this year. As Beard moves in right arm over the wicket to Montgomery, who plays that hard into the ground, then bounces up at a comfortable height for Robin Das to field. So long sessions, both for the players and for the commentators, and not for the crowd so much, because I noticed when I just went for a little walk that the food facilities are already well patronised, as you expect. It's lunchtime, and that's just played backward of square on the offside. Well, no, just about square on the offside. No addition to the score, and Beard takes another wicket. He now has 2 for 26 in 6 overs. So yeah, the cut-off time is 2:32, and they have 16 overs to go, which theoretically, we've been talking about over rates, theoretically they bowled in an hour, but in practice it probably won't be. So it's 13:04 according to the board. It'll probably be about 2:15, something like that. Even that might be a little bit optimistic, as Porter moves in from the far end, the Hayes close end bowls, and James just plays that out to mid-on. No addition to the score of 177 for 3. James not out, 31. Montgomery still to open his account. So Essex have had a couple of breakthroughs recently. The wickets going at 107, 171 and 177. So there's something not exactly symmetrical, but that's just thick bottom half of the bat as that's pulled into the mid-wicket area. Yeah, the wicket's going at 107, 171 and 177. Yeah, there's certainly a common link between those. And maybe the next wicket will go at 217 or something like that.
There's the 7 associated with being unlucky. That's 666, isn't it? Isn't that,
Well,
isn't that the unlucky one?
As Porter moves in, bowls. That's just dabbed down to third man. Well, it doesn't go all the way to third man. Again, it's fielded by Robin Das, who's throwing himself around in the field today and making his presence felt and doing a grand job. It didn't go all the way down to third man.
Now, Matthew Montgomery playing here for Notts for the first time as an international cricketer. Last week he, through his mother's side of the family, represented Germany.
Oh, right. That's pulled away for a single all the way along the ground down to deep square leg. Well, I'm pretty sure that's Aaron Beard fielding.
There was the European qualifiers for the next T20 World Cup, and they're all staged up in Scotland. You may have just got a glimpse of one or two scorecards last week. Dickie Scotland obviously hosting it, one of the stronger sides.
Yes. As Porter moves in and bowls, and that's just played pleasantly backward of square again to that man Robin Das.
And he played against Italy, and the Italians certainly, they've been sort of delving into I think some family trees, because Gareth Berg is the coach and the captain, of course, South African born but Middlesex and Hampshire latterly, and obviously he's found a route into international cricket that way. Grant Stewart of Kent has played for Italy, and they also called up Wayne Madsen as well.
Really? It's just worked well on the onside. Now, you mentioned Wayne Madsen. There are certain players on the circuit that I think everybody respects, and I think Wayne Madsen is one of those. He seems to have been at Derbyshire forever, and a brilliant all-round sportsman. I think he represented South Africa at hockey as well as being a very useful cricketer. And he's, yeah, most counties have these. In Nottinghamshire, I've always had the greatest of respect. He's not playing today for Samit Patel, who, by my reckoning, always was unlucky not to get more England caps. And probably by his as well.
Yes. It's going to be Aaron Beard. 2 of the wickets to fall. 2 for 26 now. Bowls. That's a mighty fine shot.
It is.
Into the offside by Montgomery. Will only get a single. Yeah, he played one match for Germany then last week. Against Italy, and the likes of Madsen, Stewart and Berg up in Edinburgh. Another one who's a regular member of Nottinghamshire's County Championship side. Next ball is taking the outside edge, and another wicket for Beard as Lyndon James swishes hard at that, gets an outside edge and falls to a catch at the wicket for 32. And Essex having their best moments of the day by quite some distance here. Caught behind by Bottleman. Notts just got to make sure that the start they've been given doesn't peter out. They do get what they will have been looking for. That's something in excess of 300 with the start they had. 100 for the first wicket. They'll be disappointed if they don't get there. Liam Patterson-White is on his way to the middle. James out for 32 from 40 balls, as you perhaps heard there in the background, caught behind by the keeper Will Bottleman. From the bowling of Aaron Beard, who's now got figures of 3 for 27.
Yes, and those 3 all came in his last 3 overs. So 180, first wicket to fall without a 7 in it, for what it's worth, which is square root of nothing. And a very, very obvious caught behind. You could hear the snick from here. Yeah, maybe even listeners and viewers could hear the snick in our effects microphone. Yeah, and Lyndon James obviously didn't need to wait for the umpire's confirmation that he'd got a pretty thick edge to that. So another left-hander, Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, I've not seen him for a month or so. Had a hamstring injury, and then having regained fitness, couldn't force his way back into the championship side. Calvin Harrison doing the spinner's duties as Beard bowls, and away first ball. Liam Patterson-White driving it into the offside. Slow left arm spinner, of course, but also a very capable bat. Doesn't have a first class 100 to his name. See him bowling his full allocation, I would imagine, later on, but for now it's all about helping Matthew Montgomery just rebuild in these mid to late overs. Ideal for Essex. Montgomery's only been there a moment or two. He's only got 2. Pushes this to mid on, and there's no run. Patterson-White with 1, so 2 fresh batters at the crease, and Essex will be open just to apply a little bit of pressure here and just see if they can soak up 1 or 2 cheap overs as Notts look to build again.
Yes, so 14 and a bit overs to go. So I don't know. Would 250 be optimistic? No, probably not.
Next ball on its way, and turned off his hips by Montgomery. Will get a single, 182 for 4. I think they'll have been looking for 300 after that start. Whether they get there now or not depends on this partnership flourishing, and clearly some power hitting in the last 5 overs, should they have wickets in hand. Essex, conversely, as you say, they'll be delighted if they can keep Notts to 250 or thereabouts. Beard going to go round the wicket to Patterson-White, who'll again just help it away down to long leg for a single. Third left-hander we've seen. Patterson-White, he'll keep strike. End of that over, another successful one for Beard. Just picking wickets up with fairly steady regularity here. He's 7 overs 3 for 30. Jamie Porter's finished then, 10 overs none for 45, so there'll have to be a change at the Hayes close end.
And there will be. It looks as if it's going to be Bo Webster back into the attack. From his warm-ups, looks as if he's going to be bowling the yes, in his off-spinning style, and we've now found out that he bowls off-spin as well as seam-up. I think it was the Grumbler who emailed us, not exactly living according to his nickname, but mentioning the fact that he thought the entrance prices were a bit steep. I'll come back to a communication we've had from the communications people. That's played out to mid-off. Indeed, from the boss man of the posse of media people who are very helpful to us and keep us well informed. He says, Ashley, we've just over 200 juniors in today and have sold more juniors tickets so far this year than we did in 2022. And come back to that email in a moment, because Bo Webster has started his over. Bowling to Montgomery. It will be in a moment whilst the field changes, which appears to involve nothing more than Josh Rymel and Robin Das swapping places from mid-off to mid-on. No, I mean, no, backward point and have a fine leg. And it comes down the wicket now, gets the pitch of it, and just gets 4. About a valiant effort in the distance. The fielder diving and trying to land on it, almost falling on the ball rugby style, but no, it was a bit posthumous. It was over the line by then. 4 runs. And Webster in again, right arm over the wicket, reverse paddle, and just helped it on its way really, and it's fielded by I think that must be it's the 12th man, because it's 87, and that must be Richards, I should think. And doesn't time that at all as the batsman goes on his back foot, gets a thick bottom half of the bat on it, and finishes up doing no more than playing it back to the bowler. The batsman being Patterson White, who waits for that one to come on to him, plays a good looking shot backward, will square on the offside. They take one, they'll think about, but will be very ill advised to take a second. As an excellent throw, as you'd expect from Aaron Beard, who probably is the best outfielder on display today. And his throw came straight in over the bails, over the stumps rather, and that's flailed away out into the covers for 4 runs. End of the over. So yes, Ashley says we have just over 200 juniors in today, and we've sold more junior tickets so far this year than we did in 2022. Tickets are discounted when purchased in advance, and the £22 is our gate price only. Junior tickets are £5 across all matches, including our England women's match hosted in September. That junior tickets, oh, it's just gone off the screen. Anyway, that was the gist of it. I'll come back to it. And oh, here we are. And it doesn't include junior members who receive free entry into these games. Right, thanks Ashley very much, as ever.
Yeah, bowling change at this end. Beard out of the attack. Ben Allison is coming back earlier. 3 overs, none for 19. Just mentioned something on ticket prices in a second as a follow-up to that email, as Allison round the wicket bowls. Nice looking push into the offside by Liam Patterson White for a single. This Saturday, so 2 days time at Trent Bridge in this competition, Notts playing Yorkshire. It's the Families Day, the annual Families Day, and it's £5 for adults, £1 for kids. Trent Bridge usually packed. I know the weather forecast says might not be the best of days, just keep an eye on that. But if you want some good value cricket, there's a cheap day to be had at Trent Bridge on Saturday. Notts playing Yorkshire in this competition, provided the weather plays ball. As this one's hit up to mid-off and will be an easy catch for Wesley, and Montgomery goes, and that's 4 consecutive overs from this end that's brought 4 wickets.
Yes,
and it's 195 for 5. Matthew Montgomery has just really chipped it up to Tom Wesley. It was a little bit like the Ben Slater dismissal, really. Didn't properly get hold of it. Nicely plucked out of the air by Wesley, and Montgomery's gone for 12.
Yes, a fairly straightforward catch, or maybe it was just that Tom Wesley made it look very simple. And yep, so 4 wickets have gone in, while 24 runs have been added. 171, 177, 180, 195, and as Dave said, all from this end, the end from which we're commentating.
Dane Schardendorf, the Notts keeper, Zimbabwe born wicket keeper, coming out at number 7, celebrated his 21st birthday earlier in the week. Goes out to join Liam Patterson White. So certainly a bit of a wobble for Notts here. 195 for 5. So yeah, I was just reminding Notts supporters, if you want on a cheapish day out Saturday, keep an eye on the weather, of course. But if the weather plays ball, Notts versus Yorkshire, just a £5 for adults, £1 for kids at Trent Bridge this Saturday, the family day. Lots of things on. Dr. John, promising performance from Ben Martindale, says Dr. John. Not seen him play before. How often does a player who bats left-handed bowl right-handed? Well, there's quite a lot, Dr. John. There's quite a lot of them. I think of Stuart Broad to begin with. There's plenty of others. There's Ben Allison, the new man then at the crease. Away first ball is Dane Schardendorf, up and running with a single. 196 for 5. We're in the 38th over. Brings Patterson White down onto strike. Scharndorf's highest score in this competition is 44 not out. This is his 18th match played over the last 2 years of the competition, whilst Tom Moores has been away with the 100. This is chopped to backward point by LPW, fielded by Das, no run. 196 for 5. Still the likes of Calvin Harrison and Brett Hutton. When we find my list, Tom Loughton and Dane Patterson to come for naught. So got a little bit left in the shed yet. There's Allison round the wicket, bowls played back to him by Patterson wide. And communication from the club, which Andy Easham's also passed on, that a young there's going to be a youth international series. England's under-19s playing against Ireland and Australia in the forthcoming weeks, and 3 Nottinghamshire youngsters have been selected. In fact, just going through the list of names, I think there's 4 there, as this is played through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot by Patterson White, gets a couple of runs. Academy bowler Travis Holland, all-rounder Freddie McCann, Tom Giles, and the spinner Foreign Ahmed, who's the brother of Leicestershire and England's Rian Ahmed, all in the squad. So congratulations to them. End of the over. We've had 38 now, and Notts are 198 for 5.
Thanks, David, for your email. You must have been some. Paul must have been talking about Roy Ralph, what must have cropped up in earlier discussion. The former Essex bowler who came into the game quite late when he was 33, and who died in 2015. So he quotes the obituary in Wisden. I hope you haven't typed all that out. I hope you managed to, I don't know, copy and paste or something like that. If there's an online version of Wisden, I don't know. But thanks very much for all that. I can't really read it all out, but he came to the game when he was already 33. As Wesley moves in, bowls, and well, it's a single. But it was not entirely timed to his liking, and it was in the air for a little while. And made his first-class debut for Essex against Commonwealth 15 in 1953, when he dismissed Everton, Weeks and Frank Worrell. That's not too bad scalps to get in your opening match. 2/3 of the famous.
I was going to say, where's Clyde Walcott?
Yes. Worrell, Weeks and Walcott. As Wesley moves in, bowls played with due diligence and caution by Patterson White. First completely defensive, forward defensive prod that we've seen for a while. That played again, doesn't time it quite as he would like, gets a thick bottom half of the bat, plays it hard into the ground, and therefore no run accrues. As that's played down to wide, short and wide third man. No addition to the score, so Wesley 3 dot balls. Oh no, yes, 3 dot balls plus a single off the first.
T says he blames himself for this toppling of wickets. We were going along nicely, then I nipped out to the shop.
Oh, entirely your fault, entirely. Yep. And that's worked away on the onside for a 1. They thought momentarily about a second. Again, a very good throw comes in. Essex fielding well this morning. Ground fielding, anyway, they have dropped a couple of chances. Ground fielding's been good. And yes, that was Roy Ralph. Was 95 when he died. Played a lot of cricket for Ilford, and the sort of thing doesn't really happen now when you're taken out of club cricket at the age of 33. That's attempting to play that off the back foot. Seemed to keep a little bit low and went through to the keeper, which also explains the fact it kept low. Probably also explains why he didn't take it entirely cleanly. So end of the over, and Nottinghamshire with 11 overs to go, 199 for 5.
66 balls remaining. How many can Nottinghamshire get?
How many would you like them to get, Dave? How many would make you enjoy your lunch more?
You always get greedy, don't you?
What, with your lunch?
There's Allison round the wicket to Patterson White, comes down the track and can only push it straight to extra cover. There's no run. I think when the openers were going along nicely, 300 was very much on the cards.
Yes, it was.
Going to take something quite remarkable from this pair, and maybe Hutton and Harrison, if they were to get another 100 in these 65 balls that now remain, make that 64 as this is pushed to Wesley at mid-off. And there's no addition to the total. Match abandoned at Scarborough, the Roses match, Yorkshire-Lancashire match abandoned. So that's Yorkshire who've started with a loss and an abandonment, and Lancashire have started with 2 abandonments in this group. Match abandoned at Scarborough. Had some wet weather there, haven't they? Certainly over the last few days.
Yes.
The cricket. This one is through the offside by Patterson White for 4. He was eyeing that spot up. He's hit the last 2 straight to the fielders, but managed to thread that one away, and not to almost complete indifference here inside the county ground of the 200 up. The game at the Oval, similar sort of stage to this one. They're in the 38th over. Surrey 224 for 5 against Leicestershire, and of course both these sides in this group, both playing their first match in the group. Ben Folkes is 93 not out. Went in at 4. More runs here. Might be another 4 for Patterson White. That just gets Notts going again. Had a lean time of things over the last few overs. Losing those 4 wickets in 4 consecutive overs from this end, but Patterson White with back-to-back boundaries here just got them moving again. Up to 208 for 5. One more fielder can go out into the deep. The end of this over, this is the 40th. Allison round the wicket. Patterson White moves across his crease and then punches it crisply to Webster at mid-wicket. He not so much shies at the stumps as just lobs the ball towards the stumps for reasons best known to himself. Skipper Wesley picks the ball up. It's the last ball of this second power play. Middle stage of the innings, really. Allison round the wicket. Patterson White again can't get it away, so strange sort of over. A couple of boundaries in it, but either side of that, 4 decent deliveries that Patterson White showed a little bit of frustration that he couldn't get away. So we're after 40 overs here. Essex won the toss. They put Notts in, and Nottinghamshire 208 for 5. Remember, the openers put 107 on, and since then decent contributions really for Lyndon James, who made 32. Asiba Mead chopped one on for 5. Matthew Montgomery 12, and the 2 at the crease. Liam Patterson White 16. Schardendorf has 2. With 10 overs to go, Notts 208 for 5. As we just about ready for another changeover in here to join Dickie Davis in a moment or two. It'll be Paul Newton.
Thanks, Dave. Yes, that last over was well, the 4 overs from this end prior to that one had each taken a wicket, so that one went unscathed in that respect. And it's going to be Webster bowling to Schardendorf. Plays it out on the onside, no addition to the score. Well, that has gone hard, high, and for a single. For a moment, I thought, first of all, I thought it was going to be 6. Then I thought it was going to be out, and it finished up as neither. and it just evaded the fielder there in the deep yonder, and bounced several yards in front of him, and they got a single out of it. So that brings Patterson White onto strike. Moves in now as Webster bowls well outside the off stump, far enough for umpire Surendiran Shanmugam to stretch his arms out and indicate wide accordingly to Messrs Tony Choate and A. Cusworth. And that's another catch to down to short third man, a thick outside edge, and Patterson White going for the drive in the colours, didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and a simple catch there to give Josh Rymel his second catch of the innings, and to reduce, if that be the word, the visitors to 210 for 5.
For 6.
For 6, beg your pardon.
We say in unison, we can't both be wrong.
Oh,
And,
don't you believe it?
Yeah, I probably don't believe it now you come to mention it, but anyway, we're right on this occasion. It's 6 down, a rather remarkable turnaround actually, Dick, from 170 odd for 1 to 210 for 6, and not you didn't really, well, I certainly didn't see it coming. Slater and just trying to remember who it was now, Lyndon James, the two of them looked entirely in command. You know, they were just working the bowlers around, taking singles and you know, picking up 5 or 6 and over in the sort of middle phase of the game. But from the moment Aaron Beard began his 3-wicket run of success in consecutive overs, the Notts innings has, I won't say disintegrated, because they've got a more than reasonable score on the board now, but they will feel they've missed out if they sort of only end up getting round about the 250 mark.
Yes, so Calvin Harrison has made his way to the crease, and Webster moves in right up over the wicket now, Harrison being a right-handed batsman or wielder of the bat or swordsman or any other word or phrase to describe the bat holder. That's played out into the offside. No addition to the score. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you wish to communicate with us. You'll be as welcome as the flowers in spring. Seagull goes gliding by. We're about 20 miles from the coast, but still always plenty of seagulls here. As that's pushed out to long on for a single, and all those who love emailing and saying there's no such ornithological creature called a seagull. There are varieties of black-headed gull and common gull and I don't know.
I think herring gull is apparently the correct term. I shall stick to seagull.
Well, only if they're herring gulls, though. That's what I'm saying. There are numerous versions of gulls that fly around in circles, and yeah. So, yeah, herring gulls are another one. The common gull, the black-headed gull, the black-backed gull.
Well, our Kent colleague Matt Cole was insistent that it was specifically a herring gull that we should be changing our usage of seagull for.
Well, obviously we have, sorry.
As we see a new over starting, it's Aaron Nijjar who comes into the attack at the river end to replace Ben Allison. Oh dear, a careless bit of cricket from Essex, and should only have been 1 run, and a needless buzzer conceded there. So they get 2 runs, a buzzer, an overthrow, and the score up to 212 for 6. With Shaddendorf on 3 and Harrison 2. Our next ball single to long on. I'd say that, of course, if we have another careless bit of play, there could be another one to add, but there isn't. There's a nice throw there from Tom Wesley, setting an example to the previous thrower, who I'm happy to say I can't remember who it was. 213 for 6. Nijjar. Slow left arm around the wicket. River End bowls, and that ball is back cut and very well fielded at backward point by Robin Das, who's so enthusiastic with his cricket, 2-1-3 for 6 on the board. Nijat in again, and he's bowled.
He bowled him.
Clean bowled, went on the back cut, and played, I think, over the top of it actually, and it just nicked the bails off. Stumps hardly have been disturbed, but the bails are missing. 213 for 7, and the Nottinghamshire decline, which, as I was saying, you just couldn't have anticipated really an hour ago, continues as they've lost 6 wickets in the space of scoring, I think, 42 runs.
Yes. So, yeah, Essex really, well, more than clawed their way back into this game. At the risk of promoting the seagull discussion, and I said I didn't want. I know very well, having lived in Southend-on-Sea for all but the first 4 years of my life, we certainly have 4 varieties of gulls down there. So either Matt Cole, with all due respect to the great sports editor of Kent, was referring to one in particular that he was looking at, or Kent are less blessed, if there is such a phrase, less blessed with varieties of seagull. So that's the end of that discussion, but probably not. It'll no doubt raise its avian head again sometime.
Yes, we'll leave it for today, but we'll be on Gull Watch again later in the season.
Yes. Suffice it to say that I think it was Chekhov who wrote a book or a play called The Seagull, not the...
Oh, yes, he did. I think you're right.
Yes, not the Siberian Skewer or something like that. And there was a famous film from the Ealing comedy called Seagulls over Sorrento.
So Schaddendorf bowled Nijjar 3, the latest man to go. Notts 2-1-4 for 7. Nijjar is in, and it's ball played back to the bowler by just waiting to see who this is who's come in. They haven't put it up on the board yet. Oh, it's Hutton who's come in. Thank you very much. And Nijjar bowls to him, plays it very stylishly down to mid-off, and there's no run there. Brett Hutton, tall man, looks very powerful, and although he's played 2 very gentle shots since coming in, just looking at his frame, I haven't seen him bat before, but I wouldn't be surprised if he could deposit the ball in the river when he feels he's played himself in. 2-1-4 for 7 is the score on the board. We've now completed 42 overs, and Tom Wesley coming back on for the next over. He's got a couple of wickets and bowled well here, the Essex skipper. He's going to be bowling from the Hayes close end.
Yes, the far end with regard to the end from which we're commentating. That's just the batsman waits for that to come on to him. Calvin Harrison just plays it out quietly. On the onside, no addition to the score of 214 for 7. As Wesley moves in again and bowls, and that's rocked onto the back foot, played out into the covers. They go through for, I was watching the ball rather than the batsman. Thank you. 2 runs.
Many thanks to Anne's Pantry for a very nice chicken balti I've had for my lunch.
Oh. I will venture over there between innings. The trouble is everybody else will as well. And oh, he's bowled him. Another wicket goes. 214 for 8. Well, this is, as Richie Bender would say, quite remarkable, and used to say. So, yep, clean bowled there. 214 for 8. So the wickets have fallen at 170, 171, 177, 180, 195, 210, 213, and now 214.
Yeah, just ask Dave whether the scoreboard got it wrong when it described Schaddendorf out as the previous batsman out for 3. No, it was right apparently. Oh, for 4. And so an 8th wicket down, and Tom Wesley has a 3rd wicket to his name. Well, we did say it was a good idea when he brought himself on, and I think the spinners have certainly had as much joy as the quicker bowlers overall here. We've seen 3 of them for Essex, with Bo Webster very quickly changing from his medium pace to off-break bowling, and sharing that with Tom Wesley, and we've had the slow left arm of Aaron Nijjar as well. So the new batsman is Tom Lowton.
So Wesley in again to Lowton, goes diligently, studiously onto the back foot and plays it out onto the onside. So Schardendorf made all these wickets going down so quickly. Schardendorf made 3.
That's right, and Harrison bowled Wesley 6.
Harrison 6.
Wide signal there.
Wide signal there. So, like buses, they wait for ages for wickets and they come along, and thick and fast they came at last, and more and more and more. As that's played out in the offside for 1. They'll turn for a second. Well fielded, deep on the cover boundary. That could well be. No, it's not.
I think it's Charlie Harrison, probably.
Yes, it's. Whenever I see a brilliant bit of fielding, I'm always inclined to think it must be Aaron Beard, but not always. He hasn't got a monopoly. As Wesley moves in, bowls, and that's just nudged down to short third man, where Porter fields. No addition to the score. And the end of another, from Essex's point of view, another very successful over.
Yes, really has been a remarkable decline, with Nottinghamshire looking to all the world when they were in the sort of about 34th over at 171 for 1. But that, I'm afraid, from a Nottinghamshire point of view, has declined to 219 for 8. And Nijjar will continue from the river end, bowls to Hutton, who clobbers it down to long on for a single. And that is his first run. 220 for 8 in the 44th over. Nijjar is going to be bowling to Tom Lowton. Lowton stretches forward, plays it defensively into the offside. So, plenty to encourage Essex that a match which at one point appeared to be getting away from them is not necessarily doing so, and appeal for only from behind the wicket for LBW. I think there's a bit of bat in that. We'll just wait and see if there's a signal, and there isn't. 221 for 8, and Lowton moves up to 3. And Nijjar in. Bowls yet there. I did rather sense that this man could hit a 6. His name's Brett Hutton. He's powerfully built, just the sort of man you want to help you out on the rugby field as well. And he's carted that into the river here. Picked it up beautifully from Nijjar, and the score up to 227 for 8, and Hutton has 7. Email from Paul Spencer says, just tuned in from Lancaster and looking at the Essex outfit. This got me thinking that Essex used to be predominantly yellow, didn't they? Not have always stayed true to green and yellow from memory. Kind regards, Paul Spencer. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, there have been times, particularly back in the old days. I remember the Essex Sunday League outfit was always predominantly yellow. That's quite possibly what you're thinking of there. Got a little rack of emails we'll try and get through for the innings ends. Nijjar bowls. Hutton has hit this one very firmly back over the bowler's head. Probably bounced just inside the boundary, out of our view. Is indeed 4, but 10 runs off 2 balls. Insists that Hutton is probably the danger man for Essex from here on. He's raced into double figures on 11 at 231 for 8.
Yeah, I'll address Jerry's email, because I met Jerry up at Blackpool.
And that's a good ball from Nijjar. It's effectively a Yorker, and gets under the back of Hutton, who could quickly see that it was no good him trying to go for a hat-trick of boundaries off that. So dot ball to end the over, but Nottinghamshire will be relieved at those 10 runs, and they'll hope that in the last half dozen overs they can keep these 2 at the crease and score a few useful late runs. 231 for 8 at the completion of 44 overs.
Yeah, thanks, Jerry, very much for your email, and thank you for the pleasure of your company every day when I was up at Blackpool, and for the book you gave me and the various bits of information about the Blackpool ground. Yeah, you really were the icing on the cake as far as I was concerned with my trip to Blackpool. He reminisces fondly about Essex's Roy Ralph, and they grew up about the same time. And apparently Ralph played a number of games at Blackpool. That's just played solidly and defensively by Lowton, a tall man, a big man, pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score, and there he comes down the wicket and then plays it out to square leg for a single, and brings the aggressive, as a batsman I mean, not necessarily as a person, I'm sure he's not, Brett Hutton down to the business end. Yeah, Roy Ralph appeared regularly at Stanley Park, a wholehearted player who could bat a little as well as bowl. And yeah, he was 95 when he died. That's worked away on the onside for one. They'll decline the very thought of a second. It's pushed into the midfield. Keeping up the good work as Knott's wickets continue to fall.
Email from Adam Newington. Good to hear from you, Adam.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, sorry, Paul.
This ball is played from bowling of Bo Webster from the Hayes close end out to deep mid-wicket. Aaron Beard descends on it, keeps it down to a single. 234 for 8 with Hutton on 12, Lowton on 5, and it's the dangerous Hutton into strike now. And he really is very, very powerfully built, this man. And Webster, with his off-break variety, in from the Hayes close end and get a single to long on. 235 for 8. Yes, Adam says I've followed Bo Webster for a little while after playing a spot of cricket with him in the Northwest around 12 years ago. He has always bowled spin and seam, but probably a better batsman overall. Good addition for the Eagles. Thanks, Adam. Next ball is caught and bowled, and there Hutton was attempting another extravagant hit into the onside, got squared up a little bit, and off a leading edge it landed up in the bowler Bo Webster's hands there. And so at the end of that over, 235 for 9 on the board. And in fact, I do beg your pardon, it's Tom Lowton, the man who's gone there. My apologies. He's gone for 5. So apologies to Brett Hutton fans, and I'm a bit of one myself. I love the way he hits a cricket ball, but he's still there perfectly safe on 13, and will no doubt, as Patterson walks out to join him, have his eye on seeing whatever runs he can get before the Nottinghamshire innings ends. So Lowton, the man out there, caught and bowled the easiest of catches off the bowling of Bo Webster for 5.
And Nottinghamshire declined to 235 for 9. So, well, they are obviously with another 5 overs to go. There's a serious risk that they might not bat out their overs.
Yeah, I think it's something like 64 runs and 8 wickets in the last dozen overs or so. With Beard, who's coming back on at the River End, he picked up 3 wickets in consecutive overs that he bowled, in other words, from the River End. And Tom Wesley's had a couple. And now we've had Bo Webster joining the party. And yeah, a surprising decline.
Yes, the last 13 overs have seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wickets go. For the addition of 29, 64. As Aaron Beard moves in, right arm over the wicket, a ball of full length. In fact, it's probably a full toss by the time it reached the batsman. And they go through for, well, they'll think about a second. Oh, Tom Wesley's throw, somewhat surprisingly. Had he thrown it to the keeper's end, then I think Dane Patterson would have been really struggling to regain his ground. As it was, the ball came into the bowler's end, and there was no such risk. for Hutton. My scorecard looks a real mess here. I've written things here, then crossed them out, then put arrows. Thank goodness for the websites so we can get the proper scorecard. As Aaron Beard moves in and bowls, that's just worked away on the onside. Fairly defensive field. Essex will now be content to, well, yeah, will they be content to give away singles?
Yeah, a quick email we can say. Daniel Woodhouse, thanks Daniel. You say, good afternoon gentlemen, perfectly timed, just starting listening to your super commentary as the second wicket fell. I'm around the pool in a very hot and sunny KOS, K-O-S. Some people have all the luck.
Well, it's been, well, yeah, good. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, but I mean, some of the weather they've had out there has been absolutely horrendously hot, hasn't it?
It has.
And you
yes.
see all the fires, and I think that's mainly the Creek Islands, wasn't it? There was.
Yes.
Was it Rhodes that suffered in particular?
It was, and well, it's been a ghastly summer here from a British point of view. I was seeing on the news last night that it's really hit holidaymakers staying on whatever they call home vacation. I forget what the staycations. Hard. It hasn't been nice at all, but I'd still rather have what we have had than be in 40 odd degrees.
I couldn't agree more. You know how that hurts.
Yep.
You know that's played out back to the bowler. No addition to the score.
Yes, hit from Paul Spencer again. He says, whenever this fixture comes round as a neutral, it always makes me think of two classic Lord's finals back in the day. The 1985 NatWest and 89 Benson Hedges final, a 1-1 draw overall, Randall v Pringle and Lever v Hemmings.
Yes, indeed.
Lovely memories. Thanks, Paul.
They were. And he bowled him. And Nottinghamshire all out for 237. Well, having been 171 for 1. Well, that will not please the Nottinghamshire management. It will not please Nottinghamshire supporters. And conversely, of course, Essex and their supporters will get great heart from it. Yes, the wickets, the last 9 wickets fell for 171, 177, 180, 195, 210, 213, 214, 235 and 237. The last man was Hutton, bowled by Beard for 14.
Yeah, yoked him. Good delivery. 4 for 32 in 7.5 for the excellent Aaron Beard. Good comeback because he didn't bowl well at Sedberg the other day. And Tom Wesley, the other notable wicket taker, with 3. Hutton just playing over that Yorker there. Did score a useful 14 with a late run there, but as you were saying a moment or two ago, Dick, I mean, the 46th over being bowled, Notts have missed out on very nearly 5 overs there.
Yes, they have. Yeah, they. So it's a wonderful game, cricket. It goes from one extreme to the other. So I would have thought that Essex will enjoy their lunch considerably more than the visitors. I'll run through the scorecard quickly, and then we'll go and have some lunch as well. Slater caught Rymel, bowled Beard 79. Martin Dale, LBW Wesley 55. James caught Buttleman, bowled Beard 32. Hamid bowled Beard 5. Montgomery caught Wesley, bowled Allison 12. Patterson White caught Rymel, bowled Webster 16. Schardendorf bowled Nijar 3. Harrison bowled Wesley 6. Hutton bowled Beard 14. Lowton caught and bowled Webster a single. Patterson not out 1. All out in 45.5 overs for 237.
Thank you, Dick. So, synchronised watches, it's now 1:54. Half an hour break follows. So, if you join us at 2:23, I think we'll say we should just be starting to describe the Essex attempt to make 238 to win. Well, welcoming you back to coverage of the, in terms of Essex anyway, their second 50 overs game of the campaign. And they've been luckier than Lancashire, who were forestalled of a certain victory against Essex by the rain that fell at Sedberg on Tuesday. And I've just noticed that their intended match at Scarborough today has been abandoned without a ball being bowled. Here, no such problem. Notts put into bat by Essex, 171 for 1, with 1 ball left of the 32nd over. But remarkably, 237 all-outers, the last 9 wickets from the moment the first fell, for just 66 runs. Great start they had with 107 between Slater 79 and Martindale 55. Another good partnership between Slater and James, who made 32. So the second wicket there also put on good runs, 64. But then it all fell apart. The destroyer-in-chief was Beard, who began it all with the second, third and fourth wickets in consecutive overs, 4 for 32. But we see the first over to be bowled by Hutton, who comes in, and this ball is flicked away by Rymel for a single to deep backward square leg. Essex 1 for no wicket. Welcome back to Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. Certainly Notts appeared to be on course for more than 300 total. As you say, 171 for 1. Plenty of overs left, wickets in hand. But then really lost their way once Ben Slater went and Linda James followed, and nobody really stuck around. I think 16 was the next top score.
Hutton's in. Bowls all, and this one takes Das on the pad. Rolls a few yards into the offside. It would have gone down leg side, so there's no real appeal. But certainly was beaten by that. Does a little bit of gardening. And Essex, after 2 deliveries, 1 for no wicket.
Notts have got most bases covered in terms of what they're going to be able to offer with the ball, with the very experienced Brett Hutton taking the first over, Dane Patterson as well, youngster Tom Loughton as well offering seam.
Hutton bowls, Das defends, fielded at mid-off by Hasib Hamid, and the score remaining 1 for no wicket.
And then they've got all bases covered with the spin option, the slow left armer Liam Patterson-White, the leg spin of Calvin Harrison, and the off spin of Matthew Montgomery. So could very well be a lengthy period where there's pace off the ball.
Hutton's in, bowls to Das. Das defends, but he's going to pick up a single. Just pushed it past the bowler, and mid-off and mid-on converge really to tidy up, but not before the single is safely completed. 2 for no wicket, and after Rymel and Das, the batting lineup is Wesley the captain, Noah Thane, Bo Webster, Charlie Allison, all names not particularly familiar to many an Essex supporter. Will Buttleman, Aaron Beard, Ben Allison, Aaron Nidjar and Jamie Porter are well known to them. Hutton continuing with 2 slips up from the river end. Bowls, and that ball is back cut but straight to backward point. There'll be no run, the score remaining 2 without loss.
Yeah, Martindale at backward point doing the fielding. A couple of slips in there, Montgomery and Harrison, who you generally expect to find close to the wicket catching in the county championship matches that they play in.
Hutton, very, very powerfully built man. Makes his way in again. Bowls, Rymel plays it down to the mid-on region. Mid-wicket actually comes across Ben Slater to intercept, and that's the end of the first over, needing 238 to win. Essex 2 for no wicket. One advantage Essex do have potentially. They know how many they've got to get. They know they need fewer than 5 and over. And it does give them the chance to perhaps take a little bit longer, Dave, to play themselves in than might otherwise have been the case.
Yeah, very much so. Certainly the experience of Tom Wesley will more than likely be key. We generally say that when we're picking out some of the more experienced players. It may well be that Rymel and Das can have a lengthy period, but before the innings starts, you'd imagine Wesley will have a key role to play. Here's Dane Patterson from the Hayes close end, and his first ball is driven into the offside, and there's no run. It was Robin Das on strike. It looked as if he was trying to drive it in the V, straight back towards the bowler. It ended up in the covers.
You're right with Tom Wesley. There's not a lot of experience in the Essex top order batting, so he could well be the key figure here, particularly as he's not the quickest scorer nowadays, but he's capable of playing a long innings.
There's Patterson in once more, bowls, and Das plays it to point, and his partner was very slow in responding. Had Ben Martindale been able to pick it up, it might have created a little bit of hesitancy and confusion, but Martindale couldn't, and in the end they were able to take an easy single. That was a case of push and run, but the non-striker was certainly ball watching for a moment.
Well, yes, and do you know, the same was true in the first of his 2 catches. He didn't seem to react to it at first, ended up having to dive forward to take it, what should have actually been just a regulation stand up and catch it.
3 without loss. Next delivery into the pads. They're appealing here and given, and Patterson's got an early wicket, and it's Rymel given out LBW. Certainly looking to go across his stumps, trying to play it to leg, but in the opinion of the umpire, he went too far across, and the ball thuds into his pad, and Notts have got that early wicket, so we may yet get to see how big an influence Tom Wesley is on this innings, because he's going to arrive at the crease nice and early, assuming he comes in at 3.
Well, a bit of a sad story. Josh Rymel 2 years ago had a brilliant campaign in this competition, a terrific 100 against Yorkshire, and a couple of other innings above 50. He just couldn't really fail, even in the semi-final, which Essex lost at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. He made a very good 40-odd. But he just hasn't looked the same player either last season or so far this. And we were just saying, you know, that he'd been a little bit caught napping, both in the field on an occasion and then in responding or not responding to Robin Das's call. And there, as you say, stepped across his stumps. If there was a way it might have missed, and I've seen the replay, it would have been going down leg, but I think it probably would have hit leg stump, and therefore that's a fair decision. And he departs very disappointingly, his only run coming from the first ball of the game, and or the innings I should say. And so good breakthrough for Nottinghamshire in the second over. 3 for 1 Essex, needing 238 to win, and Tom Wesley has arrived in the middle.
Yeah, you don't get Dane Patterson getting probably any more enthusiastic than that. That was a loud bellow from the South African. He was convinced, and the umpire upheld his appeal. So Wesley, the Essex skipper, has arrived in the middle. Dane Patterson bowls to him, and this is sufficiently wide for Tom Wesley to leave alone. Lovely to see all the people on the outfield at lunch. There were a number of youngsters out there with mums and dads and grandpas and grandmas, and a lot of people who've come for a day's hospitality, others who've just come for just a quiet day at the cricket, all wandering out, just having a little look at the strip and just availing themselves of the opportunity to have a walk round on the grass. Lovely delivery here, they're claiming a catch. Didn't hear anything from here or see any significant deviation, and I think they all sort of went up following each other like a pack of dominoes toppling over there. There was an appeal from, I think, second slip at first, and then the keeper, and then Patterson joined in, but didn't really look to have a lot going, but it was a lovely delivery.
What a superb delivery. Yes, it's what it's called choir practice, I think, Dave, when all the players, all the counties do it, join in unison.
Patterson in to conclude this over, and Wesley's away, working it out to our left through square leg. Lyndon James is after it. They should come back for 3. They will come back for 3. Successful over for Notts after 2 overs, though. Essex is 6 for 1.
Dave will be back with us almost immediately. He's just going to do his 2:30 update for BBC Radio Nottingham. I'm Paul Newton, and the other BBC Essex commentator today is Dick Davis behind me, just enjoying a spot of the excellent lunches provided by Anne's Pantry here at Essex County Cricket Club. Thanks to everyone. 3 for 1 then after 2 overs is not quite the start Essex wanted, because it is a very inexperienced batting order that they have, with the exception of Tom Wesley. We've got Noah Thane yet to bat in this competition. Didn't get an innings in the rained off game at Sedberg 2 days ago. That was his debut in this competition, as it was for Bo Webster. Yep, and just welcoming Sports Extra listeners as well. Paul Newton here with Dave Bracegirdle and Dick Davis. We're in the third over, and Essex have already lost a wicket as they attempt to make 238 to beat Nottinghamshire, who, as Wesley plays the ball defensively into the offside for no run. 6 for 1 is the score on the board. Josh Reimel, the man out, LBW, in just the second over, and Dane Patterson with the wicket. Here is Brett Hutton in from the River End, bowls. Tom Wesley, the one really experienced player in Essex's top order batting here. That goes through outside off stump, and I think Tom will try and patiently play himself in. He's made 3. Young Robin Dass is 2 not out at the other end, and the batting to come: Noah Thane, Bo Webster, Charlie Allison, all in their first season in this 50 over competition. Hutton's in, bowls to Wesley, dabs it into the offside, backward point fields, there's no run. And then after that we have Will Buttleman, Aaron Beard, Ben Allison, Aaron Nijjar and Jamie Porter. Nottinghamshire, their innings remarkable in that they were put into bat, and after 31.5 overs they were 171 for 1, but 13 overs later 9 wickets had gone down for the addition of 66 runs, 237 all out. Hutton's in, bowls to Wesley, flicks it away to long leg, single, and Wesley moves up to 4. The score is 7 for 1. So a dramatic collapse without it really having looked at all likely during those 2 good partnerships. First wicket for Notts put on 107 and the second 64, hence 171 for 1. But Aaron Beard, who'd earlier left the field after dropping a catch and snagging a finger, but there was nothing wrong with him on his return, and he got the second, third and fourth wickets to fall in consecutive overs from the River End, from where Hutton now bowls, and Dass is cleaned out. He has an enormous swish at this, and I have to say, a rather ridiculous way to get himself out. It was as though he was in the final 3 overs of a T20 innings, not the 4th over. Third over, in fact, of a 50 overs match where Essex had already lost 1 wicket, and he just had a yahoo at a straight delivery from Brett Hutton, and bowled neck and crop, and he departs chastising himself. But really I think you have to precede having to chastise yourself with a little bit of common sense that clearly lacked.
Well, just in an update for Radio Nottingham next door, Paul, and just saying what Notts needed were to get some early wickets here. They're only defending 237, having been in a really strong position to get up towards, if not to reach 300, and they've done exactly that with both their experienced new ball bowlers, Hutton and Patterson, each getting a wicket. But as you say, a significant amount of help has been given with that second wicket there. Robin Dass having a huge moat and losing his off stump.
And just absolutely no need for it at all. Essex would be well advised. I know we're in the power play, the first power play, but all they really needed to do, I'm not trying to say all to win the game, but in these early stages was just try and accumulate steadily. And instead we had a yahoo that, as I say, you'd think we were in the very last stages of a T20 innings. Totally out of place, and I do hope he learns from that. Good young player, Robin Dass, keen as mustard. But you've got to spend time in the middle. And okay, in a T20, if he's opening the batting there, yeah, you perhaps do need to get straight on with it, but wholly inappropriate here. Hutton's in, bowls, and this ball is defended a few yards out from Noah Thane, who is always reminds, I say always, when I saw him in Essex's game against Ireland here, which was a warm-up game for the Ashes for the Australians, he made a good impression. He bowled pretty well. He's stockily built, reminds me of Graham Napier, both with ball and bat, and if he does hit anything, it can go quite a long way. He hit a couple of 6s in that game, but I'm hoping for his and for Essex's sake that he takes the trouble to play himself in before trying anything like that here. Essex 7 for 2, chasing 238.
Dane Patterson then to bowl the 4th over, the former South African international from the Hayes close end, bowls now to Tom Wesley. This just gets just a little big on Wesley, but he controls it nicely, drops it down on the leg side. What I do like here is the fact that Hutton and Patterson have made themselves available and keen and willing to play. They've both bowled an awful lot of overs in the county championship. Patterson's played every game. Brett Hutton missed the first one, but has played every game since. Is the country's leading wicket taker in the county championship. Notts need them today, and they've both delivered so far as Patterson bowls to Westley, and this one just scoots along, keeps a little low, shin high. Westley drops it on the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James, who I thought played nicely, coming in at 3, made 32 whilst he was there with Slater. It did seem as if Notts were going to rack up a huge total and leave Essex with an awful lot of work to do in the second half of the day. But once both had gone, it seemed pretty much, I was going to say every over there was a wicket. We had a spell where 4 consecutive overs from our end, the river end, a wicket went down as Notts lost their way. Next one drifts down the leg side, and Westley will just angle it away down to long leg for a single. 8 for 2.
Yeah, Slater and Martindale, the two Bens, put on 107 for the first wicket. Martindale an impressive 55. Slater a typically professional 79, and James, as Dave was saying, 32. And while ever those three were at the crease, Notts were well on course for scoring round about 330, I think.
Here comes Patterson to bowl to Fain, I beg your pardon, inside edge onto his pad, saved him. The ball runs out on the offside. Ben Martindale doing the fielding. Mentioned a little earlier, son of Duncan Martindale, who played for Notts in the 80s and indeed was at the crease at the non-strikers end, that 1985 NatWest final at Lords, where Derek Randall tried to almost pull off the impossible, the unthinkable 22 off the final over. He got 18 and then fell to Derek Pringle last ball of the match. Patterson bowls, and Fain just had a little nibble at that away from his body, and it goes through to Dane Schardendorf, the keeper.
Yeah, what a game that was in 1985, the NatWest final, with I think it was 20 needed off the last over to win, and Derek Randall, who got 70 odd overall if I remember rightly, had 18 off the first 5 deliveries, and then it would have, I think, if he'd needed a boundary off the last ball, he'd have got one, but in trying to be a little bit clever, he held out to Paul Pritchard at short mid-wicket.
Patterson in once more, bowls, and Noah Fain eases it into the covers. Tidy enough stuff there from Patterson, as you'd expect, and it's 8 for 2 after 4 overs, just a single from that particular over. Notts in there green and gold, a new variation on the strip we've seen over the last few years. It's predominantly green, but there are gold hoops. Think of green and gold, a green and gold QPR if you like, and gold names and numbers on the back. Essex in the light blue tops and the dark blue bottoms. Nice contrast here today.
So it's Brett Hutton to continue. This will be the 5th over of the innings. Bowls, and the thick inside edge here from Westley, and they can scoot through for the single to take it to 9 for 2, and Westley moving along to 6 with Slater and sorry, not Slater, I do beg his pardon, Rymel and Das already back in the hutch, and really poor start from Essex. Rymel LBW, and Das, I don't know what quite possessed him to try and have an enormous heave at Hutton, and just missed clean bowl. Hutton it is in bowls, and that ball is played nicely away but fielded by Martindale at backward point, and score remaining 8 for 2. Just going back to the 1985 NatWest final, a competition that had eluded Essex all the way from its Gillette Cup days, which started in 1963. Essex won by 1 run after Gooch and Hardy had launched the Essex innings. They batted first with centuries, but Notts got their revenge in the 1989 Benson and Hedges final, winning off the very last ball of the match. Hutton's in, bowls, and Fain has played it to mid-wicket, thinks about the single, it's not there, and in that game another dramatic finish all on the last ball, and Graham Gooch in setting his field for the last ball. Eddie Hemmings would be on strike. spent literally a double-figured number of minutes pondering over what adjustments needed to be made for the field. And it was said of Eddie Hemmings, he only had 3 shots, and there was no one to field one of them, which was the back cut away to the boundary. I can still see Brian Hardy vainly chasing after it, and not one. So game all there, 2 great games. This next ball is punched off the back foot, nicely played by Thane, picks up 2 runs through extra cover as Hasib Hamid does the fielding, sends in a tidy return, but 2 runs were always on there, and Essex needing 238 to win are 11 for 2, and Thane is off the mark.
Yes, I think that was also the match where Franklin Stevenson bowled Brian Hardy with his slower ball.
Yes,
right at the start of the match. My chum Franklin, he'll be over in England next week, coming over for a brief stay.
Good to hear of him as Hutton's in bowls and the ball is played to mid-off, and we hear the term an unplayable ball, and if someone said, of all the cricketers you've seen, which would be the most unplayable sort of type of delivery you've seen from a bowler, that would be top of my list, really, because this is a fast West Indian bowler who had this brilliant slower ball that you thought was going to be a beamer and bowled you instead.
Yeah, he was a tall man as well, not Joel Garner tall, but he was still well over 6 foot.
He was most of the way up to Joel Garner. This next ball is played to mid-off by Thane from the bowling of Hutton from the river end. And there's no run. That ends the over from Hutton. It was well played, I thought, by Thane there. Wesley has 6, Thane has 2, needing 238 to win. Essex, after 4 overs, are 11 for 2.
Yes, this is the first match in this year's competition for Notts. Of course, Paul had a long old trip at the start of the week up to rainy Sedbergh for the first match, the first round of matches on Tuesday, where Essex and Lancashire met. Ended up being a little bit of a damp squib. As Patterson starts a new over, and he's caught by Shedendorf. That was very, very loose there from Wesley, playing well away from his body. Nice little bit of shape from Patterson, just swings away from Tom Wesley and didn't move his feet an awful lot there, Paul. He's chased after one, and it was a good catch by the keeper low down. And well, Essex might have thought 238 was very much in their ballpark, but they've got some work to do now. They're 11 for 3.
Well, I think Essex were looking for near enough 100 from Tom Wesley there, and as you rightly said, it was a poor shot, no real foot movement, played away from his body. It was a good delivery, but not one you expect the Essex skipper to be out to. A smart catch by the wicketkeeper there, but a Shadendorf. But Wesley gone for 6, following Rymore for 1 and Dash for 2. And well, we had 9 Notts wickets fall in the space of 13 overs for 66 runs at the end of their innings, having been 171 for 1 at one point. But if anybody thought this had opened the door for Essex to win the game, what I will say is they're going to have to bat a whole lot better and a whole lot differently from the way they've set out here, as Bo Webster will have his first innings in Essex colours. Australian, who's played in a lot of the big bash leagues over in Australia and is a very experienced cricketer, and he's been brought over on a short-term loan here and has joined Noah Thane.
So you're leaving me to do the maths then. If it was 66 for 9, I think it's now 77 for 12 in this match. The last 12 wickets gone down for 77 as Patterson bowls to the skyscraper that is Bo Webster, the Tasmanian. He's tall and then a bit taller still. Really is almost a beanpole. The bat doesn't look very big in his hands, does it?
No, it's well described because he's thin with it, so he beanpole exactly.
Really is. 11 for 3, and well, he's been sent out there, and well, bat for as long as you want, Bo, and score as many runs as you want. Tasmanian to face the South African. Patterson bowls, and this is a nice bit of fielding. A backward point by Ben Martindale, and whilst I was admiring his fielding, Martindale wasn't. He'd dived to his left to make a wonderful stop, but also had the presence of mind just to quickly get himself into a position to shy at the stumps, and Webster had gone wandering.
Well, he was out if that hit. Great bit of fielding, as you say, throwing from lying on the ground, missed by a whisker by the look of it, and as I say, although he was desperately trying to get back, I'm pretty sure he was gone if that had hit.
There's Patterson in bowls, and Webster will guide this into the offside. There's no run, just 3 matches today scheduled in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and real disappointment for, I guess, for everybody at North Marine Road, including the organisers and obviously all the spectators there today, as Yorkshire-Lancashire match abandoned without a ball being bowled. The other game also in the same group as Notts and Essex at the Oval, as Patterson comes in to Webster, edged. It was always edged down well in front of Calvin Harrison at second slip, needed stopping and was stopped. Surrey all out for 325 after 49.5 overs. That's against Leicestershire at the Oval. Ben Folkes made a century in that one, so yeah, Leicestershire will require 326.
Yeah, Scarborough's almost been cursed from a Yorkshire point of view in recent years. A, by the weather, B, by Yorkshire doing very poorly in matches there, and quite a number of the games have finished in the Championship in 2 days of the 4.
Patterson to Webster. Oh, this one just shapes back into him, and Webster plays it on the leg side, and that's a terrific over. That's a wicket maiden from Dane Patterson. They are a little more common in this format than in T20 cricket, but they're still not that often, and Dane Patterson at the moment has figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 5.
Yep, those figures speak for themselves, and Essex in a heap of trouble here. Patterson getting the key man out in Tom Wesley, because he is the only really experienced Essex player in the top order. They've got a lot of academy players. The other 2 who are out are both from that corner of the club, Rymel and Das. Here is the first ball of a new Brett Hutton over, and Thane plays the ball sedately into the offside, and Lowton, and there's no run there. Score remaining at 11 for 3. Sorry,
I was just going to say, and literally everybody else can sort of slot into the all-rounder role, if you like, because apart from the keeper Bottleman, Charlie Allison, Aaron Beard, Ben Allison, Aaron Nejar, Jamie Porter, all bowled.
Indeed, as here's the next ball played to Lowton in the offside. Again, there will be no run, and yes, Essex, they have all these players can bat and look pretty good on their day, but they do have a habit, as we've seen already, of trying to run before they can walk. And the shot that Das played to get out in only the 3rd over, when Essex were already 1 down, the shot he played at a straight one from Brett Hutton, really it was just an enormous and unnecessary heave. As the next ball's played out into the offside, very well fielded once again by Martindale. At backward point, you usually find whoever fields there is pretty good, and he's already distinguished himself on several occasions. We're in the 7th over, target 238, but Essex at the moment a long way off that at 11 for 3.
On Sports Extra, remember, coming up at around about 5 to 3, you'll hear coverage and commentary of the 100 Northern Superchargers women playing Birmingham Phoenix women. That's from Headingley.
Hutton meanwhile bowls, and that's slightly over pitched and crisply driven by Thane, who at least I applaud, even though we've not seen a lot of him yet, but I applaud for playing in a manner that suggests that Essex need to get their heads down and battle first, and worry about 238 if and when they've played themselves properly in this 4th wicket pair. Maybe in 10 overs time they will be able to accelerate a bit. What they can't afford is losing more wickets in this opening power play. Hutton runs away from us at the river end, bowls, and nicely defended by Thane, down to mid-on. There's no run.
Good stuff this from Brett Hutton, is keeping them nice and honest, and we saw the other side of Brett Hutton right at the end of the Notts innings when he smashed one. I think it went into the river. They certainly had to replace the ball. It disappeared somewhere way over our commentary position and over the trees, so probably got wet. That was one of only 2 sixes hit in the innings. Slater hit the other one,
and he hit his next ball for 4, and it was very nearly another 6, this time back over the bowler's head. Meanwhile, Hutton the bowler bowls, and the ball is played down to mid-on, and there will be no run, and that is the end of the Hutton over. Both the Nottinghamshire opening bowlers have bowled excellently here, but they've also been given more than a helping hand really by the 3 batsman out, Rymel playing across a straight one when he should have been looking to play himself in first, and dash that ridiculous heave, and Wesley himself, the one experienced player, playing at a ball without really moving his feet outside off stump and edging it through to slip.
Back-to-back maidens. Hutton 4 overs 1 maiden 1 for 6. Patterson 3 overs 1 maiden 2 for 5. Here is Patterson from the Hayes close end, bowls, and Webster's away with a punch through the offside, a back foot punch, square of the wicket, and away for 4. Nice looking shot. He can play, this fella. Seen him in the Big Bash over the last few years on those cold, dark, snowy or drizzly or wet winter's mornings when we've been able to just have a little bit of sun on our telly boxes watching the Big Bash. Bo Webster very much a star of that competition, and
yes,
Essex have got a good one here.
Nicely timed shot, as you say, through the offside, and no danger in it at all either, all along the ground.
Patterson, what's he got by way of a comeback? Bowls to Webster, who pushes this up to mid-off, and that's unusual. A misfield from Brett Hutton, and they take a single, and it was one he could almost have, if it was allowed, throw his cap on it. It was only dribbling up to him at mid-off there, and must have taken his eye off it. I think he was going to pick it up and spear it back down this end to the keeper, and completely fumbled the ball, and they took a single. That breaks the sequence of Patterson bowling to Webster. Bowl instead to Noah Fane, who's on 2 from 15 balls faced. Now 16 balls as he pushes this to Martindale at point as he makes the stop there on an old dry used wicket. There's a cloud of dust comes up.
Yeah, it's unexciting maybe, but I think exactly the right approach from Fane. Essex could do, assuming that the side remains substantially the same, could do with trying to tell everybody, you know, don't try and run before you can walk. Play yourself in.
Exactly. Sides are sort of lured in by the fact it's the power play and a chance to get some quick runs, but it doesn't always work out like that, as this one steered as far as Ben Slater. He's in the covers. The two opening left-handed Bens, Martindale and Slater, very close to each other there. Martindale at backward point, Slater just in front of point at extra cover.
What I think Ben Slater exemplified was the value of having a proper opening batsman playing a proper opening batsman's innings. He made 79, and that's looking a lot of runs now in relation to how Essex have started.
There's Patterson to bowl to Webster, edge caught by Harrison. That fella can catch pigeons. This time he's caught Webster at second slip, and Patterson has got his 3rd wicket, and Essex in a whole heap of trouble here at 16 for 4. And it was Noah Fane, in fact, who chased after it, got a thickish outside edge, and a really good catch above his head by Harrison.
Well, having done all the right things, Fane has done a wrong thing here because he didn't really move the feet at all. In fact, that is absolutely true, because I'm just looking at the replay, and if you play the ball that far away from your body, I mean, he could have left it. It was nowhere near the stumps, and it was a very good catch. Not only can Harrison catch pigeons, he's pretty good at catching cricket balls as well. And well, I'm afraid this is a abject start for Essex, and it all means that we have now had 13 wickets fall, while
good luck.
Yes, it will be 82, I think.
Yeah.
Runs have been scored. So 82 for 13. We're averaging only 6 runs per wicket, 6 and a little bit of the fraction. So not terribly distinguished batting from all but the top 3 of Nottinghamshire, and a disastrous start from the Essex top order here. And anybody can make mistakes, but lessons do have to be learnt.
Experienced duo Patterson and Hutton, they've put the ball in good areas, they've asked questions, and Essex thus far haven't been able to answer them. Here's one of the brothers, Charlie Allison. He's the younger brother.
He is, that's absolutely right, and also the shorter one. Ben Allison would be a good 4 or 5 inches taller than his brother.
Brothers on the circuit at the moment, obviously the Overtons, the Parkinsons.
Yeah.
I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Of course, they're both sets of twins, aren't they? But these two are separated by, what, a couple of years?
The disappointing thing from an Essex point of view, Dave, as well as Dane Patterson's bowled, both the captain, the most experienced player, and Thane, just about the least experienced, have been fishing at balls outside off stump without moving their feet.
There's Patterson in to bowl to the new arrival, who defends this one. I didn't think in the 8th over we'd be seeing knots with 3 slips in there, but that's exactly what happened for that final ball of the over. It is 16 for 4 after 8.
Yes, the point being, if you don't move your feet, you're playing at a ball, granted it's well outside off stump, a long way from the body, and that isn't good cricket. Doesn't matter how much big bash style you want to play, the basic rules remain the same. You need to get in a good position to play a good cricket shot. And as I say, we've had the most experience and the least experience, both sadly for Essex exemplifying the folly of not moving the feet properly or simply leaving the ball as a very viable option. Anyway, there's 1 run here to Bo Webster, who's looked the pick of this rather lamentable Essex batting lineup so far, with a single to long leg, and that takes the score to 17 for 4, and he goes up to 6.
Captain Newton, at the start of the day, you were saying how Jamie Porter likes to get through the bulk of his overs in his first spell. You'd imagine that Asiba Mead will want to do this with this pair, won't you? You can, you can't win the game in these first few overs, but another wicket or two and Notts will feel they're pretty much on the road.
Well, I think they're a long way to winning it already, as Hutton is in bowls and it's played to mid-on, and Webster was interested in the single there, but there wasn't one, and the man on strike quickly sent him back. That's Charlie Allison. It was a nice shot down to mid-on, but he hit it too well for there to be any chance of a quick run. Hutton bowled a very good opening spell here. Charges up from the river end. Bowls to Charlie Allison, who plays it down to mid-on again, and again there will be no run.
You know where he's in a good groove, Brett, and you can hear that grunt as he releases the ball, the effort ball. He should be able to make it out on the FX microphone as he releases it. Like one of those tennis players at Wimbledon.
Frightening scorecard for Essex. Rymel, LBW, Patterson 1, Das bowled Hutton 2, Wesley caught Shaddendorf, bowled Patterson 6. I break in, Hutton bowls. That's a lovely shot from Harrison. He's only going to get 1 run because Hutton darted the left hand down to take the way off a lovely straight drive that would have gone for 4 had he not done so. So the single takes the score to 18 for 1. Harrison off the mark, looks to have to play with a good straight bat. The other wicket to fall, Thane just now caught Harrison at second slip off Patterson for 2. And those wickets at 3, 7, 11 and 16. Hutton bowls to Bo Webster, who plays it to long leg for a single. And Webster's looked pretty good so far. The experienced Australian moves up to 7. Must be wondering what on earth's happening at the other end. And the score is 19 for 4. Well, the most important thing, quite clearly, in the near future for Essex is to lose no further wicket for at least 10 to a dozen overs. Hutton will have other ideas. Bowls to Charlie Harrison, plays it to mid-wicket. Good tumbling stop. Ball just spills out a little way from Ben Slater's grasp, but not sufficiently for a single to be taken at the end of that over, needing 238 to win. Essex, after 8 overs, 9 overs I think that should be, are 19 for 4.
Yeah, so 1 more over left in the power play. The end of 10 overs. Notts had 50 on the board, with the 2 openers obviously going along very nicely indeed, Martindale and Slater. So there's going to be a huge disparity between the 2 scores at the end of the power play, but as Paul says, it's all about stabilising here. See this pair off. As Patterson starts a new over to Webster, just hope that the change bowlers just can't quite hit their straps, and maybe there'll be 1 or 2 opportunities just to get the board moving again, and then they can settle about
building this 5th wicket partnership into a sizable one to get the home side back into the game.
Yeah, the mentality for 50 overs, Dave, is completely different from T20 cricket. You don't need to rush from the word go.
Patterson in to Webster. He's going to get runs here, and he's going to get 4 of them. No cover sweeper out there, so beat the ring and you'll get full reward for your shots. And that's the second time Webster has done that. Nice looking shot. It's 23 for 4, I think, the score.
Yeah, and both his wickets have come from back foot forces through the covers. Dave just updating the BBC Radio Nottingham, and when he comes back, in fact even before he comes back, Dick Davis will rejoin us here. Meanwhile, Dane Patterson's in and bowls to Bo Webster, who going to pick up 1 run through mid-wicket, and both these scoring shots from Webster have been very correct and have involved no risk-taking whatsoever. He moves up to 8, and Dick, good to see you back, and I'm afraid not a very good start from Essex.
No, that might be the understatement of the millennium. No, very poor indeed.
Yeah, it's been disappointing.
As you've been saying,
Patterson bowls and just defended back to the bowler.
In most cases, it's been the manner of the dismissals which have been the most disappointing rather than the low scores.
Yeah, I mean, both Wesley and Thane playing at balls they could have left, but without moving the feet. You know, as outside off stumps, they have to move your feet across, and they didn't. And that's particularly true in the early overs. Maybe later in an innings, you might get away with breaking a few rules. And as for Das, he's a good young player. He must quickly learn that you don't set about a 50-over innings opening the batting as you would a 20-over innings. The next one, nice play from Charlie Allison, who's impressed me so far. Looks like he's got some kokum, which is precisely what 4 people back in the pavilion haven't particularly been noted for in this innings. And he just plays it safely along the ground, wide at mid-wicket, gets a single, and he's moved along to 2. And what I've liked about Harrison, apart from the fact it looks as if he's got some composure, is that he plays with a good straight bat.
Especially for one so young. He was only 18 in the spring.
Yep, no, that's good to see. But let's face it, nowadays, if you've played cricket enthusiastically through all your school years, you ought to have the basics pretty well taken.
Yes.
We can't just excuse players for poor shots and say, well, he's only young. As Patterson's in, bowls to Webster straight to mid-wicket. There's no run there. That's the end of the over, and Essex, well, this is something of a recovery when I say they're 25 for 4 at the end of the first power play. It was 16 for 4, but that's down to Bo Webster with 12 and to Charlie Harrison, who have 2. But 238 looks an awful long way away.
Yes, and also, I mean, I know you were trying to make mitigation, which you did 70%. But, you know, when you're that age, you know, you've learnt how to play your shots, but you still haven't been told. In fact, you sometimes wonder if some of these players ever get told when to play them. And, you know, I wonder how many times I've said over the years, and others have said it as well, so many batsmen are out to not the execution of the shot, but to the choice of the shot. And time after time, this accounts for the batsman's dismissal. And there's more to winning cricket matches than just being able to play good shots or bowl good deliveries. You have to have some method, some scheme of how you go about scoring runs or taking wickets. And how you go about scoring runs, that's just played out to deep mid-wicket, is not by trying to hit the leather off every ball that you receive. It might work occasionally, but more often than not it won't. I rest my case, my lad, as the next delivery comes in now, outside the off stump, and a good looking shot out to mid-off, or wideish mid-off, from young Allison, and who very cooperatively, obviously a polite young man, bends down and picks the ball up and hands it back to the bowler. But they came through comfortably for that single.
Yeah, this is Tom Loughton on his Nottinghamshire debut. He was a winter signing from Yorkshire where he didn't get too many opportunities.
Oh, I thought the name rang a bell, but albeit a distant one. That's just played out defensively on the offside. Yep, a tall lad, but then most bowlers at this level of the game are. So that's not anything revolutionary. I wonder if it... The Playfair used to give us their weights and measures. They don't now. Perhaps something to do with correctness. And oh no, it does. 6'5". Yeah. Well, he is a tall lad. Bowls now, and that's just worked away on the onside. For a single, just in front of square. So I can tell you no more than is in the poor man's wisdom, the Playfair Cricket Annual. Born in York in January 99, so he's 24. And yeah, previously played for, as Dave says, for Yorkshire. And that's nudged down for a single, down towards the sycamore tree, but there's a fielder posted down there, so they only go through for a single. Sorry, for the benefit of those who aren't familiar with this ground, the sycamore tree is posted at long leg or fine leg to a right-handed batsman. And yeah, there's not an awful lot of trees around the ground. There's some in the back gardens of the houses that we're staring at in the Hayes Close end, but that's about the extent of the arboriculture as Loughton moves in and bowls, and that's just played quietly by Allison. And the end of the over is reached with Essex having scored 4 off that single. They're 29 for 4 in response to the visitors' 238, which now seems, well, it doesn't just seem it is a long way away. And consolidation is the order of the day at this stage.
Yeah, Webster, although he seems to be consolidating, is also going along at pretty much a runner ball, 14 from 15. He'll be the one that has the experience, and I'm sure we'll have that Aussie swagger. He'll certainly believe there's a game to be won here.
Oh yes.
There's Patterson to bowl to him, continuing his spell, and this is cut away. 4 runs. Although there's a fielder down on the fence. I think it's Ben Slayton. He's made a really good stop down there in front of the pavilion, away to our right, just out of sight. We can't quite see due to the hangover of the stand away to our right. It all happened underneath the spectators away to our right, but a stop on the fence keeps it down to a couple of runs. Just seeing the replay, those of you watching the live stream, the same as I am, just see Ben Slater there, just getting down very close to the rope and dragging the ball back. There's Patterson in again to Webster, guides this to Martindale at point, and there's no run. He's had a pretty decent day, Ben Martindale. His first 50 in Nottinghamshire colours. Only played 1 game last year, and that was down at Bristol when he came in the middle order and was very quickly back to the pavilion, but the top of the order where he's been scoring his runs in second 11 cricket this year. He certainly blossomed in that opening partnership with Slater. Patterson in again, edge caught. Patterson's got another one. Good catch again by Harrison, and that is the end of Webster. And Essex are 31 for 5, and Nottinghamshire will be believing now. Half this side already gone. Another loose shot. Patterson finding a little bit of movement, and he gets his 4th wicket. And Essex in a whole heap of trouble here at 31 for 5.
They certainly are. Could be an early trip up the M1 here for Nottinghamshire. So out for 16.
That's a good catch, low down to his left there. Calvin Harrison. His first one he caught above his head, this one diving down to his left. Webster made 16.
Dane Patterson has the figures of 5.3 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18 right now, and we're halfway through the 12th over. Essex having lost half their side already, just following on from Paul and his 66 for 9. I reckon that is now 97 for 14 in this Metro Bank one-day cup match. The last 14 wickets have gone down for less than 100 runs.
Who took that catch, Dave?
It was Calvin Harrison again, Dickie. Second one that he's taken in the innings. Doesn't put many down at all.
Certainly made no mistake with that one. Very safely pouched.
There comes Patterson in to bowl to the new man. Buttleman, the Essex wicket keeper. This is run out to point, fielded by Martindale. Didn't Buttleman bat at the top of the order last year in this competition, or was it in the blast?
Certainly, yeah. I'm pretty sure you're right. Yes, certainly in the T20, he opened the batting a few times.
Here comes Patterson. Buttleman pushes it back to the medium fast bowler. Terrific stuff this from Patterson. Just wonder if Mead might just give him a spell. 6 overs is by no means the most he's ever bowled in a spell, but might be considering changing things at the far end. He's in again and bowls, driven into the offside. There's no run there. This time a sliding stop from Brett Upton. The last one he had to field at that end got through his grasp, and they took a single. He's not taken sweater or cap from the umpire, Dane Patterson, so it looks like he's going to get at least one more. 6 overs, 4 for 18 for Patterson. Essex 31 for 5 after 12 overs.
Yes, and unsurprisingly, it's going to be Tom Lowton to continue from the river end. Moves in now, a little hop and a skip just after he starts his approach. Short of a length, played out in the offside, just evades the man at point, and they go through for a single. So yeah, a really poor start by Essex. All the inexperience of the batsman.
Nick Brown was in the squad, wasn't he? The squad of
Yes.
13 named. Was it Jamal Richards, the other one to be left out here on match day? Just wondered if Nick Brown might have come in to bolster the upper order, but I guess the side didn't really get an opportunity to show what it was all about the other day with the rain interfering.
No, and that's edged but along the ground before it reaches the man in the slips. No addition to the score of 32 for 5 as with Charlie Allison not out 5 and Will Buttleman not out, no score. As Lowton moves in, bowls on the back foot and played out quite pleasantly for a single. Well, for a few overs, this is what Essex need to do, really. They must, well, we hope they've learnt by the sins committed by the upper order and will bring a sense of, I don't like to say reason to it, but caution to proceedings. That's just played out on the onside. No addition to the score by Charlie Allison. I got the two, but just invented a new name there, Charlie Allison, 18-year-old, 18 in March. One of the two Colchester-born Allison brothers in this match. That's just played pleasantly out to mid-off. No addition to the score. Just log on and see if we've had any more emails. I hope so. I really enjoy getting the emails. I think it makes the programme more, what would be the modern word to use? Inclusive, comprehensive, all-encompassing. You get the idea. And that's worked away very pleasantly down to mid-on, wearing number 99, who is Hasiba Mead,
yeah.
presumably enjoys the odd ice cream. And it's the end of the over, with Essex 33 for 5.
It's funny, you know, you used to play cricket an absolute lifetime ago, when we're talking about 40 years ago, with somebody, and you suddenly glance over your shoulder, and he's there. Paul Spray, Nottinghamshire club cricket followers might remember Paul played a lot for Wellow and Cornton. I played with him back in the day, late 70s and 80s. Just here, invited his company, were invited here for a day's hospitality, and just popped up to say hello. So I left Dickie alone for a couple of balls there. Nice to catch up with people, isn't it? But, but not in an environment that you'd expect. Doesn't live in Nottinghamshire anymore. It's a long time since I saw Paul. So nice to say hello. Patterson's going to continue from the Hayes Close end. He's after that 5 for, isn't he, as he comes in now and bowls to Buttleman, who just helps it into the offside to Lyndon James, who I would imagine will get a bowl. Certainly seems that seam is the way to go. I mean, they've taken all 5 wickets in this innings. Not so packed with spin options. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, Liam Patterson-White, the slow left arm, and Matthew Montgomery, the off spinner. But you'd imagine Lyndon James will have a go. This one is lifted up, 1 bounce to Patterson-White. Down at third man, single taken.
Thanks, David, for your email. Well, basically endorses what we were saying. It's frustrating to see players of any standard thinking the only method is to hit every ball for a boundary immediately. Prime example was the T20 final when Essex at one point only had to play the ball around for 1s and 2s to have won.
Yeah, sorry. There's Patterson. In again, bowls, and Allison plays it up to a Mead at mid-on, no run.
He says it's unfortunate that as an Essex supporter I have to agree with every word of condemnation about the Essex approach that has been said. Never mind an early trip up the M1 for Notts, I'm switching off. Yes, well, we don't like, you know, to be too harsh, but on the other hand, also we don't like to pretend things are fine when they're not. We're not being true to ourselves or true to the listeners, so we have to show integrity and say it as it is.
It's professional sport. Everybody has good days and bad days, even the very best. As Patterson comes in again and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, fielded by Lyndon James. Also, have you got more correspondence, Dickie?
One more from Jeff. Watching a bit of the match last night, with so many Essex players playing for London Spirit plus Papara, maybe they should be called the London Eagles. Well, yeah.
Quite a number of people have taken the trouble to get in touch with me, and I've had all sorts of Wi-Fi issues, but quite a few have come through recently. This is a little push and run up to a Mead on the leg side. Dr. John was having a go about Notts collapsing. Yeah, just hold fire on that one, Dr. John. Says he wishes he could be there to cheer them on, though. Yellow Belly says it was all my fault, Notts losing those wickets. I hadn't been listening to the commentary, but I managed to lose 4 wickets for a very few runs. Again, apologies, these are only just coming through now. Matthew Blanchard, one mighty collapse from Notts. Was it good bowling, poor batting? Is the pitch doing much? Said Matthew. There's been a lot of indifferent batting, it has to be said, and some good bowling today as Patterson bowls to Buttleman, drops it on the leg side. Will take a run, and Allison, well, he ran 1.5, and that's the end of the over. And again, Patterson's not taken his sweater from the umpire. 36 for 5 after 14. Nigel King, that's a disappointing collapse from Notts, from 171 for 1 to 237 all out. Let's hope the bowlers can pull this back. Thank you, Nigel. Isaac, thoughts Dave on Ben Martindale, looks very promising. He does indeed, yeah. JDS, brothers on the circuit. What about the Roots, Dave? You've forgotten the Roots. Yeah, of course. Billy, who was with Notts, and his other brother. Happily listening from the canal near Stoke. We all love Joe, of course. Paul Williams, more siblings, Brad and Scott Curry. There's another one, thank you very much. T says, 2 pigeons snaffled. Great bowling by the great Dane Patterson. Nigel King, incredible turnaround. Sam says, wow. And Nigel King, Dane is the Cape Town Crusader, as Loughton bowls to Buttleman.
And it's played out in the offside for no run.
So, yeah, I've had 1 or 2 Wi-Fi issues, so a lot of those have just come crashing through as I disconnected and reconnected and got it to work. So, thanks for bearing with me, folks. Always appreciate getting the correspondence.
As Loughton moves in again, a couple of hops and skips on the way up, and short of a length, played very pleasantly for a single out into the deep field in front of the public enclosure.
Yeah, you're right, Dickie. There's an awful lot happening before he actually releases the ball.
Yes, quite. But the last part of the run-up is smooth enough. So, I mean, if you're going to have these eccentricities, I suppose it's better to get them out the way early, you know, in the first few paces of your run-up. I mean, Tamal Mills has this sort of thing as if he's trying to avoid treading in something. It might well. That's just played out on the onside. Yeah, Tamal Mills learned his cricket at Mildenhall in Suffolk, and that may, you know, club ground, quite possible. But first time he bowled, he was running up. He thought, oh, I don't want to tread in that, and stepped over it, and still took 8 wickets or whatever, and kept it in.
I wonder if young Master Loughton was any good at hopscotch at school. You
Yes.
just watch this. There's
Yes.
a lot of bowling marks in front of him, and it's almost like he doesn't want to step on them.
Yes,
Watch.
it is. Yes, another one there. Moves in now and bowls. Oh, and
Dropped.
Dropped it was indeed. Yeah, because the batsman clearly got an edge from his reaction, and
He thought he'd got his first wicket for Notts there, but Schardendorf, unusually for him, spilt it.
yeah. I've discovered that that Schardendorf is a small town in South Austria. As moves in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump.
You've done well not to call him Schadenfreude. Usually crops up.
Not so
games he's
far.
playing.
Although on the other hand, you don't feel this game it might all be over quite quickly, unless Essex can consolidate. Still to come, Aaron Beard, who is a useful batsman, Ben Allison, who is a more than useful batsman, and then Nijar and Porter, who are useful bowlers. Oh, and Buttleman, who's, you can almost see him trying to rein in his natural instincts. Dave mentioned earlier on that last season he opened the batting in the T20, which indeed he did, and that speaks volumes about the way he likes to play the game. He really likes to get on with it. This, when your side is 38 for 5, is neither the time nor the place to do so. Change of bowling at the Hayes close end.
Yeah, and Hotton's coming back. So Seba Mead is just very much trying to put the Nottinghamshire foot on the Essex throat early on.
They want to get on the M1 as well.
There's no indication here, well, let's give everybody a bowl, or let's get the seamers out of the attack. Patterson is out of the attack there as Hutton comes in and bowls, and Allison, who's pretty much done everything correctly since arriving in the middle, has just nudged this up to mid-off. He's on 7 from 19 balls faced.
No, as you suggest, it's not club cricket. I spent exactly 40 years playing club cricket, and if you get a side like this, a team in this situation, well, in those days anyway, you wouldn't go for the jugular, because you'd think, well, everybody's here to enjoy their Saturday afternoon, let's make a game of it. It's not like that in the professional.
Hutton bowls, Yorker length delivery, dug out nicely by Allison. Will take the single, immediate mid-on, has to run about 15 yards to his left, and they get the run. Yards, meters, are you a yards man still, Dickie, the same as me?
Good Lord, yes. I know a metre's a bit more than a...
Feet and inches. Get these questions on television. How many centimetres is that? I haven't a clue. I honestly haven't a clue what a centimetre is.
It's just under half an inch, isn't it?
I don't know. Next delivery is short, pulled away down to long leg. Will be fielded down here by Tom Lowton.
Yeah, I know a metre is about 3 feet 3. It's I'm reasonably okay with
just a bit more than a yard.
Yeah, I'm reasonably. I always think that 15, from athletics point of view, 1,500 metres is more or less the same as a mile, which is 1,760 yards. I remember from my school days. But when it comes to weights and measures, kilograms, I'm totally lost.
Hutton again. The bearded Hutton from the Hayes Close end. More runs, and Martindale for the second time today at least slips over at point. Got his hand to it. They took a single. The previous time he slipped over. Well, he's not going to replace his divot. Go on, Ben. Go back and replace your divots at point. He is doing. Don't know if he's yet started into golf. If he hangs around with county cricketers for many years, he'll soon be turned towards golf, but somebody told him to go back and replace his divot there. He slipped over, as he did in the first over of the match when he could have been run out. Hutton in once more. You can hear the grunt for yourself. Maria Sharapova would be proud as Buttleman keeps it out.
And numerous other tennis players. Litres are the ones that really gets me, and I'm not quite. I've no idea how many litres there are to a gallon. It never ceases to amaze me that you buy your petrol in litres, but cars' economy is always measured in miles per gallon. Miles per gallon rather than miles per litre.
Every roadside in the country is in miles, and people talk about how many kilometres. There's Hutton in, again the grunt, Buttleman defends, and cricket's as bad as any, because in one commentary you will hear commentators saying, well, that's gone for a 95-metre 6, and then it's thrown back to the man fielding inside the 30-yard circle, and you think, well, make your mind up, is it yards or whatever? I'm going to love you and leave you. I've got to go and update BBC Radio Nottingham, and I'm sure Paul will be joining Dickie in a moment or two with Essex 41 for 5. That victory target, remember, 238.
So they're fewer than 200 behind at the moment, and that's about the only semblance of a straw that Essex supporters can garner. Jim says, hi, the performance today doesn't look great. No, that's a good point. That's worked away for 4 runs though. Good looking shot from Charlie Allison. And pulled through, well, straight-ish mid-wicket. A good shot. Come back to Jim's email after this delivery from Lowton. One little skip there, another little skip there, and a bit of a hop there, but then into his rhythm. Oh, and Charlie Allison comes down the wicket a pace and a half. But it plays out defensively. If the performance today doesn't look great. Das seems to be full of promise but can't get a decent score together. Ryman looks out of his depth compared to what he was 2 years ago. Where are Cook and Brown when needed? A suggestion, why don't we offer Dan Lawrence to Kent on loan for the rest of the season? Come back to that. He's played it on. He went for the hook, got an under edge, and nudges the ball into the middle stump, which is now slightly askew, and from here it looks more like a Roman number 6 VI, as the off stump or the middle stump is leaning towards the leg stump. So that was unfortunate, but not the first batsman to have played on, and undoubtedly won't be the last. It's all part of the game. And so Allison is bowled by Tom Loughton for 13, and Essex are 45 for 6. Yes, 45 for 6, if anybody's just tuned in. And the last 15 wickets have gone for a total of 66 plus 45 is about 111. Yeah, so he lost 15 wickets in total for 111 runs by my basic O-level second time round maths. Jim goes on. A suggestion, why don't we offer, we being Essex presumably, Dan Lawrence to Kent on loan for the rest of the season? If they would do the same with Cox, I can't see it happening, but it might make a bit of sense. Well, it might. Can't see it happening. But thanks, Jim, very much. I don't think it would make... No, I know it was very tongue-in-cheek anyway. Interactive, a word. Oh yes, thanks, Michael. That's the word I was looking for when I was saying how much I enjoy, well, we enjoy getting the emails. Yes, interactive, that's one of the current words, isn't it? As a emergency vehicle goes trawling its way through the city centre. As that's played defensively by Ben Ellison, who's now come in. You lose one Ellison and in comes another Ellison. And the younger first by, I don't know, about 5 years, I think, 4 or 5 years. Yeah, Michael goes on to say, just tuned in, very busy morning, still getting over Dave pulling me up at Trent Bridge for suggesting that Nottingham was rather northern. Oh yes, it's not, it's North Midlands. That's played out in the offside. Yes, all those that think the north of the country starts at Saffron Walden are a little way short of the mark.
Yes, I was just thinking, and indeed saying next door that in the press room that Charlie Allison had been in a good number of overs without playing a daft shot, and next ball he did play well until then.
Yes, Loughton moves in and bowls, and that's played pleasantly out to mid-on, and it's the end of yet another productive over for Nottinghamshire, during which they took the 6th Essex wicket, and Essex are 45 for 6.
Well, obviously not a healthy state of affairs, to say the very least. Rymel 1, Das 2, Wesley 6, Thane 2, Webster 16, Allison 13, Charlie Allison. The tale of woe from an Essex point of view, Dame Patterson, terrific 4-wicket haul. The bowling's been good, but just about every player who's got out has made a great contribution to their downfall, quite aside from the merits of the deliveries. And Hutton, continuing from the Hayes close end, bowls to Buttleman, plays it into the covers, there's no run there.
Yes, and I don't know if you heard me say it, but I've just checked my arithmetic, and astonishingly it was right.
That is astonishing, yes.
Yeah. Taking all but the first wicket of Nottinghamshire and the whole of Essex's wickets, 16 wickets have fallen while 111 runs have been added. So well under 10 a wicket.
Next delivery is pulled away. That's a good shot from Buttleman. Perfectly safe. It was dug in short. He rolled the wrists in playing it to deep square leg. Gets a single. 46 for 6. Yes, I think those who may think we're being a little bit harsh in our criticism would do well to note Dick's recent bit of arithmetic. I think something has to be suspiciously not great when 16 wickets fall on a pitch that's anything but a minefield. While
111.
Yeah, which is just under, a fraction under 7 runs per wicket. I mean, if you are hoping to make a career in this game, you've got to take criticism. we're trying to hope they learn from the mistakes and get better. Oh, the next one's been hit up in the air. This should be caught on the long leg boundary, and is, and that is the end there of Ben Allison, who got another one dug in short, pulled at it without getting properly inside the line. And when you don't do that, what did happen is what does happen. You get a top edge, and there's a man down there with a large notice on him saying, "On me head, son." And fine leg duty. He didn't take it on his head, he took it in his hands, but for obvious reasons. But this game is going to be over many overs before its time.
Yes. So now it's
yes, Allison caught Lowton on the boundary there, bowled Hutton naught, and well, the innings is in ruins, I'm afraid, at 46 for 7. Still nearly 200 more needed, and you don't mind, you know, what I will accept. Essex have lost nearly all their major players from first team cricket to the 100, so don't expect what happens afterwards to be, you know, an all-conquering team or anything like that. They've got a weak side this year. 2 years ago they actually had quite a strong side because there weren't many calls in that first year of the 100 for Essex players. But that has changed, so I'm not expecting miracles in the least. But you shouldn't be 46 for 7.
no. Yes, that's the 16th wicket. Yeah, I may even sound even worse than it was before, saying 16 wickets had fallen for 111, only 15, but it's now 16 for 112, so the arithmetic is...
You saw the future before it happened.
Indeed.
I wish I'd been like that with the horses. As Hutton's in and bowls, this could be out. Beard is struck, and up goes the finger, and I have to say, it looked as if that might be Beard's fate, and he can bat a bit, actually. I've seen Aaron play pretty well. He looks very accusingly and crossly back at the umpire, but he missed a straight one, basically. We'll have a look at the replay if we get the chance. But I must admit, I wasn't shocked to see the finger go up. Looking at the replay now, well, I think height might have been an issue.
Anyway, as I always say, look in tomorrow's paper.
Yep. But I mean, he still missed a straight one, whether he thought it was a fair decision or not. Actually, it might have gone over the top for me, but, you know, 46 for 8 now.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm afraid this, what I was saying about this game is going to finish well before its time. It's hard to, well, someone's got to confound logic almost to make that not be the case. I have to say, Dick, a player that I enjoyed last season, I thought he looked very good, Jamal Richards, would very much merit for me a return to the side as quickly as possible. We know he's not injured, he's been 12th man in both these 2 games, but he batted very well last year. And as for Josh Rymel, Dick, I think you were with me when we were with the Yorkshire commentator and Jonathan Deutsch, and Rymel made a brilliant 100. And I don't know what's happened in the meantime, but he didn't have any joy last year, and he just looks to have lost all confidence, and that's so sad. You know, on his form of 2 years ago, it should have been a matter of time before he got into the championship side.
Yes. Hutton's
in. Bowls to Nijar, plays it into the offside for no run. But Notts, I have to say, they've been absolutely brilliant in the field. Some great catching, some wonderful stops. I think they probably got a talking to for losing the last 9 wickets for 66. Little did they know when that was happening that it was sublimely irrelevant, because the Notts opening partnership looks as if it'll be comfortably more than the entire Essex innings will aggregate. Hutton's in, bowls, and well, completely beats Nijar here, and it's gone down. He squared him up, and it's gone down off a leading edge just past slip. It went to ground fairly quickly. Single to third man, end of the Hutton over, and Essex limp, perhaps worse than limp. They crawl on all fours to 47 for 8, with 6 to Buttleman, who looks like being one of the top scorers in the innings with 6, and the other end, Nijar, fortunate to get underway with just a single.
Kingsley from Brentwood Thank you, Kingsley. Says thanks for your excellent and very enjoyable commentary. In losing so many top Essex players to the 100, they're effectively having to field a second 11. Whilst I'm pleased that they have lots of highly talented players, it's a shame they cannot keep Essex as a competitive team. Or is it a good opportunity to develop the junior players? Your comments, please. Well, I would have said that it's a good opportunity to develop younger players, but on the other hand, I'll come back to what the other hand says in a moment. As, not that too many hands speak unless they're controlling a puppet. It's Loughton, and that's played out to the offside. On the other hand, so much of this game is played in the mind, and I wonder if it just undermines the confidence totally. But it shouldn't, because you know all professional sports people are highly self-critical, and nearly all of them will say, "Well, I did." I hasten to add, not all of them, but most of them will say, "Well, I did play rather a daft shot, didn't I? Maybe I'll learn something from it," and maybe they will. That's pulled away through the onside, not all the way to the boundary. They go through for 2. They'll think about a third, but will be ill-advised, and indeed discretion being the better part of valour, they decide that 2 is enough.
I think they should have got 3 there, to be honest. It went right out to the long boundary, and the fieldsman had about 60 or 70 yards to make.
And as it happened, the throw wasn't very good, so yes, I agree, they could have done as it happened, but
should have been quicker over the ground in the first place, I think.
Loughton moves in again. His idiosyncratic approach to the wicket, and that's just played defensively.
Yeah, I mean, what worries me, Dick, number of things. One, across the T20 and now here, I see too much evidence of players predetermining what shot they're going to play to the next ball without any knowledge of what the bowler's actually going to bowl, and that is going to get you out as often as it gets you runs, so that's not a good idea. 2, I don't see evidence of lessons being learnt.
No. That's the next delivery. Is played defensively.
And 3, not necessarily particularly true about the way players have got out in this match, but even in the shorter forms of the game, I think typically the current crop of Essex youngsters hit the ball in the air far too much.
Oh yes, that's undeniable.
We saw what Ben Slater did. He hardly hit the ball in the air in his certain to be top scoring innings of the day of 79.
Yes, that's pulled down to fine leg for 4 runs. Or hooked rather than pulled down to fine leg for 4 runs. So yeah, a good shot there from Aaron Nejar.
Yes, all these are factors, you know. The other slightly worrying thing is there's 2 or 3 of these players who have done very well in the past, just don't seem to be in any sort of form or confidence at the moment.
No. That's just played defensively back to the bowler.
Anyway, there's a little bit of a gap to the next game. It won't be easy at the Aegeus next Tuesday, but you know, it'll be very interesting to see if some of the players who've contributed to their own downfall, both at Sedberg, the 2 wickets that fell were poor really, and here it's going to be interesting to see if players really try and dig in and lay a basis for their innings rather than being in too much of a hurry. I'm thinking of the T20 final. I mean, Essex needed 146 to beat Somerset. Somerset deserved it overall on their performance in the competition as a whole, but Essex, if they just realised how few they needed to win, could have won that game. Hutton's in and bowls, and Buttleman plays it for a single to mid-wicket, but they set off as though they needed 180, not 146, and were 4 wickets down in the power play. And you're not going to win cricket matches from that position very often.
Well, no.
Hutton, in his 8th of his maximum 10 overs he can bowl, bowled thoroughly well to bowl to Nejar, who is on 7, as is Buttleman. Buttleman, to his credit, is stuck in there. Hutton bowls to Nijar, plays it to mid-on, not timed, but gets a single, precisely because it wasn't timed. If it had have been, it would probably have gone quite quickly to the fielder. But instead, went a little wide of him and took its time getting there. And that's Dame Patterson at mid-on doing the fielding. And there was an easy single. And Essex are 55 for 8. The notional target, 238. We are only in the 20th over. Hutton's in. Bowls, and this ball's pulled, and that's a good shot from Buttleman because it was dug in short. It was only chest high rather than head high. The one Ben Allison got out to was really asking for trouble to be playing the hook shot because he couldn't very well roll his wrist because he was having to stretch right up to reach it, and he held out for naught to long leg. There Buttleman got one at the right height for the hit, and he was able therefore to roll his wrists, kept it down well. And you know, if you start following the rules like that, you will last a lot longer. As Hutton's in, bowls to Nijar, plays it safely enough into the offside, no run there. And it would be good for Essex, I think, Dick, if these two could put on, obviously they're not going to get anywhere near the target, but if they could put on a 30 or 40,
oh yes,
it would just restore a little bit of self-respect. Yeah, giving you the fall of wickets for Essex. 3, 7, 11, 16, 31, 45, 46 and 46. Hutton to Nijar, and plays this well, back to the bowler. No run there. One thing that these two batsmen can give themselves is to take all the time in the world. You know, it's better than nothing. The crowd is very good here today. And even if it's not exciting and the crowd can see that Essex have already lost, just to see two guys take what's only the 20th over now into, shall we say, the 30th at least, would be something.
Would indeed. Thanks, Paul, for your email, which I may paraphrase because it is rather long, but you'll forgive me, I hope.
Hutton's in and bowls, and Nijar defends just past the bowler, but there are 2 or 3 of these mustard-keen Nottinghamshire fieldsmen prowling to save Hutton the trouble of bending down, which in his case is quite a long way to go to pick a ball up. So that's the end of the over. Well played by the two Essex batsmen there, credit where it's due. 56 for 8, Buttleman and Nijar both have 8.
As I say, I'll paraphrase. Paul is disappointed with the Essex batting, which is he describes as wafer thin. Why doesn't Brown play, and why don't Essex sign an overseas batsman rather than bowler? They should have retained Rollifson. Rymel, Das and Buttleman bat as if they've got a bus to catch, and writing's on the wall with Alistair Cook deciding to retire at the end of the season. He decided to not make himself available with the One-Day Cup. Well, it's harvest time. He's a busy man, and realistically Essex can only get second in the county championship as Loughton moves in and bowls dot ball. So there's no point in saving yourself the remaining 3 games. Same goes for Harmer. I don't understand sports people's needing a rest from an occupation they presumably enjoy when they can only play for so long, unless your name is Anderson. On the bright side, at least you'll get an early finish.
Has Cook in fact announced he's retiring at the end of the season?
No, Paul says he's made it clear he doesn't want to play in the Monday competitions. And that's just played out to mid-on.
It is anticipated that Harmer will play probably the last 4 games of the zonal round of this competition. That I have to say he certainly deserves a rest because he's played every game of the season so far, red and white ball, and some people play in every game and they've been sort of at a loose end fielding on the boundaries or at slip some of the time, but he is fully involved, as we know, with marathon spells, so he deserves his rest, and I hope he comes back refreshed.
As Loughton moves in and bowls, and at the end of this over I'll take a break and welcome Dave back to the microphone. Jim thanks us for today's commentary as ever, and as an Essex supporter living in Northern Ireland, it's the only way he can stay in touch, but he's hoping to come over and watch some cricket in September. Excellent. there's a few more which I'll leave.
I'll take over.
I'll leave to Paul to address.
Yeah, I'll just take issue with Paul saying in his email, realistically, Essex can only finish second. I agree Surrey are the more likely to win, as we see Loughton begin a new over and it's played to backward point and there's no run. But I don't agree that there's no chance of Essex catching Surrey. They're only 17 points behind and they'd only have to win one more game than Surrey, and the weather can bring about things like that. And they would either narrowly win it or just not, but they're very much in the fight, and I think you're going to see some pretty good performances from Essex. Already 5 wins on the bounce. They have done brilliantly since the halfway mark of the season. Loughton's in, bowls, and this ball's steered out into the offside, and Martindale fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, I still think Essex will finish no higher than second.
Yeah, I think, as I say, it is the most likely outcome, but it's not as if they're cut adrift, you know.
Oh, no.
People have lost from worse positions than Essex there, and Essex are a mighty good championship side, as are Surrey, but Surrey were caned by Lancashire at the Oval, so they're not totally invincible. As here we see the ball played safely to mid-wicket by Nijar. These two have touched wood, restored a little bit of sanity for Essex. 57 for 8 on the board at the end of the Loughton over.
Well, as I say, that's the end of my stint. There's, at least for the next half hour it'll be Dave and Paul, and so who knows, I may well not get back on air today, but yep, hoping that Essex make a big enough backs to the wall performance that I will be on again today.
Hoping to see you again, Dick, but probably not. Hutton to continue, bowling initially to Will Buttleman. Both these, well, Buttleman has 9, he's just 1 ahead of Nijar on 8. Patterson, superb spell, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 21. First ball of the new over, played to Martindale at backward point for no run. 57 for 8. Essex's disappointing reply to Knott's 237 all out. And in total, while 66 plus 57, that's 123 runs have been added between the two sides. A total of 17 wickets have fallen. And the next delivery is smacked away, nice back cut. Going to be just the 1 run, well fielded near the boundary. And it's Patterson who's come back in fact, to replace Hutton. And he already has 4 wickets to his name. But good shot there from Buttleman. And he moves along to 10. And a rare case of an Essex player getting into double figures. Dave, welcome back.
Thank you, Paul. What has happened since I was last on air with you? My word, I don't think any of us sort of saw this coming.
Indeed not, as next delivery from Patterson is well played by Nijar, back to the bowler.
Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton have been absolutely superb. 7 of the 8 wickets between them. The other one to Loughton. If you'd asked me in the interval, I would have said this was an innings that would be dominated by pace-off bowling. Could see Harrison and Patterson, White, Montgomery all having their 10 over allocations. But it's not panned out like that.
Patterson to Nijar, a nice pleasant shot through mid-off. Oh, I think he was, in fact he is out. He's run out, direct throw at the bowler's end, and well, that's a shame from the point of view of Nijar individually, Essex in general, and a good crowd that are in today, because Nijar actually, after being rather fortunate when he first came in, had been playing well.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get the opportunity just to see on the live stream how close he was to making his ground. A Seba Mead with the direct hit there from mid-off. It's great work, and
was good fielding.
Yeah.
Not just because the throw hit the stumps. Just remove one bail, but he was flying at the time and, had to throw on the run. Very good work. Email from Michael Alexander, who says, feel a little sorry for the participants, Paul. Does feel like the poor relation this tournament. Shame. Was looking forward to a couple of hours, having not long tuned in, with 3 very distinguished and engaging commentators. Thank you very much for your kind words, Michael, as ever.
Well, Jamie Porter's the last man, making his way out to the middle. This is going to go down in the column, it would seem, of largest wins at not so bad over Essex. 180 runs Essex require it. The time Jamie Porter wanders out to the middle.
Yes, to join Will Buttleman. Got time for an email from Gary Kane, who says, good afternoon to all of you. Just a quick point on winning the game in club cricket. Without upsetting Dick in club cricket, nowadays it's all about winning the game and not about making a game of it. Thanks for everything you do, Gary. Fair point. Thank you.
Yeah, in league cricket, I think that's fair enough if you're playing for points. I've played on a Saturday where just 2 bowlers have been needed, and great, we've got the points, but those that play Sunday friendly cricket, perhaps get some of the others involved that haven't had much of a game on the Saturday.
No, absolutely right. As the next ball from Patterson is well defended by Buttleman to mid-on. No run. 58 for 9. Bob Carter, good afternoon, Paul, Dick and company. Having attended numerous one-day finals, I still live in the halcyon days of one-day cricket. As such, I have no enthusiasm for this particular tournament, and even less so having watched this sorry performance. Nevertheless, I always enjoy listening to your comments. Best regards, Bob. Thank you. Patterson's in. Bowls to Buttleman. Buttleman has slashed this ball away into the offside, just behind square, and they get a single. And he moves up to 11 and has played rather better than nearly all his colleagues.
Yeah, no sign as yet that Notts are going to push all the fielders out and offer Buttleman a single and try and bowl at Jamie Porter. Helmet has been brought onto the field by Sam King, 12th man for Notts, for Dane Schardendorf, which I think is going to indicate the first introduction of spin, and it's going to be Liam Patterson-White from our end of the ground.
Just want to get through these emails in case the game ends suddenly. Jerry Wolstenholme says, hi Dick and colleagues, I find it odd to keep hearing deserve a rest for some of these cricketers. In days of yore there was no such thing as rest. Players played game after game unless injuries struck, and in other occupations there are equally tiring jobs, but the workers can't deserve a rest, otherwise their salaries would be stopped. Why are cricketers not the same? Come on, let's be realistic. And I say that while accepting that constant cricket can be a drain on the body, but so can other jobs. Thank you for that, Jerry.
There's LPW, Liam Patterson-White. Bowls to... Is that Buttleman who's on strike? Let's have a look. Yes, it is. He pushes it back to the bowler. Lizzie Wilkins on Twitter, or X, whatever it's called. Why are Notts dressed as skeletons today? I suppose it can look a little bit like that as Patterson-White bowls, and going for the cut here is the Essex keeper batter. Doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Schardendorf. One slip, and 4 others inside the ring. Patterson-White round the wicket, looking to polish this innings off. Bowles and Buttleman just helps it out as far as Montgomery on the leg side, in at mid-wicket, well inside the circle. How does Buttleman play this? See now as he works it square of the wicket to that man Hamid. This time they did take a single successfully to Hamid, and it's 1 more to the total. The roar that greeted the Essex 50, just about the loudest of the day. Now almost a sarcastic round of applause greets the 60 being brought up, 60 for 9. There's Patterson-White. Pushed back to him by Jamie Porter. If Notts do go on to win this in the not too distant future, I mean, it can almost set your group up if you get a massive swing in terms of run rate.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Almost like an extra point. Next ball is eased into the offside, fielded nicely by Hamid to his left. So just a single from that
first over of spin here, bowled by Liam Patterson wide. And Essex are 60 for 9 on the brink, as I'll have to just nip and do an update for Radio Notts.
And Notts fielding has been absolutely outstanding, and Hamid setting a great example there as captain with that last bit of fielding. Joseph French emails us, thanks for the commentary both today and the whole Essex County cricket matches so far this year. I tend to watch the live streams of the game while I listen to you. When Essex are not playing at their best, such as today, your commentary is always enjoyable and fair. Regards, Joe from Grays. And I think we have one more email I'd like to get through before the innings ends. It comes from Tony Ellis. But in the meantime, Dame Patterson, can he get his 5th wicket here? This ball is driven firmly back. It's probably the best shot we've seen from an Essex player all day. The author, Will Buttleman, lovely straight drive. Didn't particularly follow through, just timed it to perfection. 64 for 9, 16 to Buttleman, top scorer for Essex. And Tony says, I'm sure I saw Feroz Kouchi in the ground today. Is he due to return soon, as Essex could do with him? He's always scored stacks of runs in this tournament. Well, I hope you're right. I don't know what his state of recovery from injury. I think he had a broken finger or something like that, but we wish him a speedy return. And I was just having the thought earlier today, as the next ball is played for a single, with another lovely shot all along the ground, out to deep cover. Buttleman up to 17, 65 for 9. Yes, I was having the thought that it wouldn't half help Essex's cause if Feroz were fit to return as soon as possible. And obviously, if and when Simon Harmer is back from his rest, then he would be as useful for his batting just as much as his bowling, to be honest. He is someone who can really give the ball a terrific clout. And Patterson bowls. And Porter, good shot, plays it back past the bowler for a single. One thing I can say for Jamie Porter, he's not a great batsman. His career average in red ball cricket of 5 insists that, but it also doesn't do him justice, because he's batted a long time for his average of 5, and many's the time he has simply dropped anchor and kept a better batsman in business when he's come in. Example, partnership of 40 at the Oval last year, as Patterson bowls, and this ball's run down past backward point. Buttleman hurrying through the first run, but there isn't going to be time for a second. 18 now Buttleman, 67 for 9. And in that partnership of 40 at the Oval, it was ironically Simon Harmer who scored, I think it was all 40 runs in the partnership. Porter was eventually left not out, if I remember rightly, but he'd done a grand job by just getting his head down and making sure that his partner still had someone to bat with. Patterson's in, bowls to Porter, who just blocks this one, runs down to second slip, but slowly and all along the ground. Dave coming back, 67 for 9. Target was 238, so still 171 runs short.
Not many if you say it quickly.
No, not sure I got my maths right there. I'll give it another thought. No, 171 short, as Patterson's in, bowls, and Porter drives pleasantly into the offside, and there is no run. And the over ends, and granted that batting does get a little bit easier once you've seen the new ball off, but that is all the more reason not to go about the task like headless chickens, which Essex did in the early stages.
Yes, you don't have too long in this group to find your best form. Notts are next in action on Saturday. I say next in action. The forecast at the moment looks pretty bleak for Saturday, but Notts at Trent Bridge against Yorkshire on Saturday, and if you're in the East Midlands, that's the cheap day, if you like. It's the family fun day. Let's hope the weather holds and plays ball. £5 I think tickets for adults, £1 for the juniors. Great value. Keep an eye on the weather by all means, but if you can get along to that one, it's a reasonably cheap day out. This one's punched back to the bowler, and then Notts' next away game is Tuesday, where they're at Grace Road against Leicestershire, where last year
An astonishing match in that Asiba Mead finished 99 not out. He lost strike in the last over, couldn't get it back, as this is punched down the ground for a single, 68 for 9. And then when Leicestershire battered, Brett Hutton took 7 wickets, the first Notts bowler in List A history to take 7 wickets in an innings. So for a couple of them, it'll be a memorable return to Grace Road. So they're the next 2 games for Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire on Saturday at home, Leicestershire away on Tuesday. Hoping that Paul has got Essex's next 2 games to hand, because that's going to be the next question in a moment or two. Patterson Whitefield's off his own bowling.
Yes, the next one is at the Aegeus on Tuesday, Hampshire v Essex.
There is Patterson White, 2 little ducks on his back, bowls, and Porter pushes it into the offside. That's number 22 for those of you that have never been inside a bingo hall.
I don't dare to look further ahead than the next game, the way things have gone today, Dave.
68 for 9. LPW bowls to Porter. We'll get a run or 2 here. It's going to settle for 1, I think. So that'll be 69 for 9. So that's the weekend off, at least for Essex. They can just have a little bit of a look and a rethink what they might need to do at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire are always strong. No matter what competition, always managed to put out a competitive side.
Too true.
Next delivery on its way, and swept nice and fine, fielded by Dane Patterson, and that's the end of the over. 69 for 9. Of course, these 2 sides, by virtue of the fact they're playing each other in the same group, the other sides, Yorkshire and Lancashire, were rained off today at Scarborough. Surrey and Leicestershire, who are playing at the Oval today. Surrey with a century from Ben Folkes earlier. They racked up, says he, trying to pull it up, 325. Leicestershire are 151 for 3. Hampshire in the group, Kent are in the group, and there's one other that's momentarily left me. Lancashire, of course, who no, we've mentioned Lancashire, but there we are. It's going to be Calvin Harrison from the Hayes close end, so a little bit of leg spin potentially to finish the game.
Yes, Hampshire are brilliant at home, but just don't always transfer that form away, which is why they haven't won a championship recently. And there is the end of the match, as Porter has lofted the first ball from Harrison straight into wide mid-off's hands, and all out for 69 means that I think it's a margin of 169 runs. Oh, in fact, that's the number of runs short, 168 runs. 237 all out, Nottinghamshire, and Essex at 69 all out have lost by a massive 168 runs.
I'm sure Calvin Harrison will be pleased, but on the other hand, when you come on to bowl, you don't expect to be getting your cap back off the umpire after just 1 delivery. His first ball was just chipped up tamely to mid-off, so Harrison with the last wicket. 4 for Dane Patterson, 3 to Brett Hutton, 1 to Tom Loughton, 1 to Calvin Harrison, and that run out, and 69 all out. That doesn't necessarily represent Essex's finest day in List A cricket against Nottinghamshire. Notts, they'll know they'll have to improve, because they certainly lost their way once the first 3 wickets had gone down, and should certainly have got rather more than they did in the end. Although the margin of victory is huge, there will be areas to work on, as I say, for Notts, but Notts have got the better of Essex on this occasion. That does mean it's 24 Essex wins, 21 Notts wins in the history of things, so I'll just throw in there just to reflect that Essex have had rather more better days over the years, but always lovely to come down here to meet with Paul and Dickie and the team. The hospitality is always very very good, very welcoming, lovely hospitable county, and of course the sides have already met at Trent Bridge, but we don't come back here for the county championship, which is a bit of a nonsense, isn't it, that we only play each other once. So until our paths cross again, Paul, thanks for your hospitality today, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Yep, just a couple of quick points before you leave us, Dave, and we're about to shut up shop here. First of all, thank you for your kind words, and you're always a very welcome guest down here. Hope to see you more often in the future. Statistically, 1 wicket fell in 31.5 overs, and then the other 19 fell in considerably fewer overs for just 135 runs between 19 overs. That is an extraordinary turnaround there. But the other thing I wanted to say was, if I were Harrison, I would say to Haseeb, you should have brought me on earlier, Skip. But Dave, great to see you.
And you, Paul.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to Dave there of BBC Radio Nottingham, to my colleague, esteemed colleague Dick Davis, like myself of BBC Essex. So Notts put into bat 237 all out, and not much cheer for Essex, 69 all out. Will Buttleman played very well for 19 not out. He was the Essex top scorer, and he played better than other people. He kept the ball on the ground, and it was a responsible innings, imitated by far too few of his colleagues. Apart from that, Aaron Beard with 4 for 32 would be the standout performer for Essex, who, as you've heard, will be there next Tuesday at Southampton at the Ageas. And Nottinghamshire, just remind me of the next game for Notts.
On Saturday at Trent Bridge, it's the family fun day. £5 for adults, £1 for kids. That's Yorkshire at Trent Bridge Saturday, and then Leicestershire away on Tuesday at Grace Road.
Well, let's hope the weather is rather better than forecast for Saturday, because that's a terrific bargain to get in for a £5 at Trent Bridge, and I encourage everybody of the Nottinghamshire persuasion, or any other persuasion come to that, to get along and have a good day out, if only the weather justifies it. For one final point, Michael Alexander with an email says, saw Nottinghamshire at Cleethorpes, I'm sure, early 90s. Now that felt northern. Seem to remember Derek Randall with a cuppa might not have been playing. Yeah, Derek Randall was a wonderful character. Had the pleasure of watching him in a friendly Ashes game on the last tour down at East Bergholt. Might have been the last tour but one. A wonderful character. There we are then. On behalf of Dick Davis, Dave Bracegirdle, this is Paul Newton bidding you farewell from the county ground in Chelmsford.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce... Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Ambassador Cruise Line.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.